grab a mic and we'll talk about announcements.
Restroom and come back. And
Yeah.
then I think what we should do right now is just greet everyone who's here.
Yeah.
For them to have lunch, and then we'll reconvene.
So Kathy was the only one who brought lunch, or was someone else brought lunch too?
Dwayne's probably bringing up food. He's bringing more.
Well, I
food.
think there's more food right outside the door. So first of all, I want to thank you for coming down here. Especially want to thank Kathy and the Lao family for the food, the lunch today. They were great. Dwayne brought down food. You guys, we have amazing food here. So we've got a handful of announcements that we want to kind of get to. I don't know if you need a mic at all, but excellent. Nice. Give you your own. So we do have a number of things that we're going to be doing in the upcoming weeks here. So in January, we have January is our human trafficking month, and the Warriors have a dedicated game where they're actually going.
Before we get to that,
yeah.
Can I speak?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Hey, thank you all for coming. It's so good to see all these new faces. Just so you know, today is a social experiment. We believe at Innovate in collaboration. Collaboration is my love language. I'm Ted Hawes, by the way, and Paul and I work together on Innovate.
I'm Paul Peisner, and I've been running the We Heart SF things. It's kind of transformed into our Connected Community Group. So thank you for coming down here and being part of our experiment.
So this is a meetup that goes on once a month. It's been going on for nearly 2 years now.
Almost 3.
Almost 3 years. It used to be called We Heart SF. We've now renamed it the Innovate Connected Communities Meetup. All of you who are all of you are here are most welcome, and we hope you'll become regulars. Our next meeting is on January 9th, okay? And Innovate is about collaboration, and the whole term Innovate is the Bay Area is known for innovation, right? Okay, we're changing the whole world. You guys are on the forefront of that. You're in the startup world. You know, you have creative minds, and you probably came here to San Francisco, to the Bay Area, to Silicon Valley, because this is the place where innovation happens to change the world. What many people aren't aware of, but we're helping making them aware. You know, Silicon Valley is about 54, 55 years old. And 71 was when the transistor was invented by, I believe, IBM invented the transistor. And that was the first year that the term Silicon Valley was coined. So we're about at halftime. We're at our midlife crisis, so to speak, okay? What have we done? Well, we've changed the world. We've also created unprecedented amount of wealth. California is now a $4 trillion economy. Do you know if you rank us as a nation, we are number 4th in the world if we were a nation. The only nations ahead of us are US as a nation, China, and Germany, and we're going to pass up Germany. That is, and then California. That is incredible. No other place in all of human history has created so much wealth in such a short period of time. And I tell you now with AI, it's accelerating even faster. But also we're also a leader in poverty. Every metrics that you can measure to measure systemic poverty, we are a leader in. California has the highest rates of poverty of any of the 50 states. It's not the Appalachians, it's not Alaska, it's California, driven by the high cost of living. We're a leader in human trafficking. We're a leader in homelessness. Now everybody knows that because that's in the news. It's right in your face. We're a leader in unequal access to justice. Do you know that if you're poor in the Philippines, you have greater access to justice, to legal representation for civil law than you do in California? Every metrics, food insecurity, depression, substance abuse, we are a leader in all of those. That shouldn't be, and that can be depressing, but we're all entrepreneurs, right? I believe the forefront of innovation, the future, the next 50 years, is let's use this skill of solving problems and let's focus on the most important problems right underneath our noses. And I believe all these things can be acted upon and we can be solved and we can create a human flourishing for everyone.
Okay.
Right? That's what Innovate is all about. That's what this regular meetup is all about. That's why we're coming together, and we want these idealists who want to change the world, who resonate with this, to come. So today's theme is going to be innovative solutions to the housing crisis. You're going to hear from some brilliant people that are doing exciting stuff. Okay? Dwayne, come up here. Ooh, let's give Dwayne a hand clap. Dwayne's part of our community here, and he was planning an event. Tell him all about your event that you were planning. Very quickly.
Yeah, so starting around 1:30 to 2, we're gonna have a Shark Tank style pitch competition. We have some amazing investors who will be judging. They're ready to deploy capital, and hopefully somebody walks out here with a check, right?
That's right.
Awesome.
Sweet. So if you want to, we're going to go for our regular lunch until 1:30, then 1:30 to 2. We're going to turn the room around, clean it up if necessary, and you'll be able to network. And then's the pitch time. So if you're here and you want to pitch, this is all coming together. There's a bit of a social experiment. We're combining these two events, and it's going to be an amazing experience. And then we're going to do more of this in 2026. So let's give a hand clap to Dwayne. If you're here to pitch, this is the guy you need to talk to.
All right.
All right.
And let's give Ted a, go ahead, Dwayne.
And also, everyone give a big shout out to our cinematographer, Luke Miller. Does amazing work, amazing footage. So if your startup needs like a story, he's the one to do it.
That's awesome.
Sweet. All right. So we have lots of food. I think we even have more food than what's out there. So eat lots. What are we doing right now? Are we moving right into the program?
Yeah. So first of all, I want to thank Ted for all the announcements and the way he pitches it. So guys, let's give Ted a hand here.
Woo-hoo-hoo. Now Paul's going to share. So we bias for action. Okay. So if you're into coming in here and sitting on your bottom and being inspired and going home and coming back the next month to be inspired, we're not the community for you, because we're going to be annoying you to go out there and do something. I'm going to be, hey, you hang out with me, I'm going to try to get you into prison. Okay. Nice. We go into prison and play basketball, and it's and pickleball. Yeah. Pickleball in prison. I go into San Quentin. In fact, tomorrow we're going down to Soledad prison with some of the guys in this room. Okay. We've got amazing community outreaches, where we're putting this into practice next year. Paul, tell them about them.
All right. So we're going to start off next year. So there's been some complaints that we're a group that is chewing gum for the mind, and we're going to prove them wrong. We actually have a series of monthly activities that will be pretty amazing, be a lot of fun. So in January, when we come back, one of the events is we're inviting you guys to all go to the Warrior basketball game. It's celebrating the efforts to really address human trafficking in the Bay Area. There's a group, Love Never Fails. We'll get kind of some court time in terms of performance and a chance to talk to the whole audience about it.
Their dancers are going to be performing.
They are going to be performing for the game. And
these are survivors of human trafficking that are some of the most incredible, creative advocates and leaders there.
And the Warriors have given them tickets to sell. That's kind of a fundraiser for them. They've got about 6 homes in the area, depending on the trauma or the challenges you were facing. They've got you in groups really to get support. They do need our community support, so we're encouraging everybody to get a ticket, go to the game. It's going to be an awesome game. Then when it comes to the Super Bowl, February 8th, we got the Super Bowl here in the area. There's the Bart Starr Award, which is to the best NFL player, good character on the field, off the field, but it's celebrated at a breakfast on February 7th. That event is going to happen in the Marriott Marquis down by the Moscone Center. We're asking of the 2,000 people at the event to actually walk over and actually become good characters themselves and become part of our Tenderloin outreach project. We're shutting down the 300 block of the Ellis Street. We're going to turn into a food distribution. We're taking food into the SROs. All of this is done with groups who already do great work every Sunday. We're just asking them to do it on Saturday so that we can go with them and watch what they do. It's an amazing setter group. We're going to bring in a semi, about 24.
That's the Saturday before the Super Bowl.
February 7th, the Saturday before the Super Bowl. Breakfast will end. If you want tickets to that, we can give you the web address to get that. And we have the web address for the Warrior game too that I will print off and put on the table over there. But we'll do the breakfast and come over here. Just anybody can drop in. You can just, if you live in the area and you want to just see all of the groups in action, we're going to try and make everybody visible, whether you get money from the city or not. We want all of the groups, the volunteer groups, to kind of come down and showcase. There'll be a kids section. Most people don't know this, that the most kids in San Francisco all live in the Tenderloin. And it's the largest, but they never come out of the apartments. You never see them. So we actually have a whole carnival section that Glide Memorial is going to be setting up and running on one side. There'll be services for individuals, and then they'll get about $300 worth of groceries on their way home. But it's a great chance to kind of meet people in the community, get to see the folks that are actually doing incredible stuff, and meet your neighbors that might live on the street or might live at risk of going on the street, and just kind of building friendships with folks that could use a little help.
Can I ask something? Who in here has been in like an outreach in the Tenderloin? Okay. If you haven't, praise God, that's a higher percentage than I thought. If you haven't, I mean, I imagine you're thinking, wow, that's outside my comfort zone. This is the chance to be there. Like, it's an easy step. We're going to have a bunch of community people there. We'll be there. I won't be there, but Paul will be there leading it. I might be there. Who knows? It'll be a very safe place. And I tell you, it's really an incredible, enriching experience. And we're going to have, people from this high-end Super Bowl breakfast there too. It's going to be a rich dynamic. And so I'd encourage you to come.
Yeah, a lot of sports teams from the area are going to come down and be part of that, just to be part of the community connection. So
you might be able to get an NFL player to autograph your jersey or something.
Excellent. Yeah, we don't want to swarm the players because they want to be out here to help as well. The other thing that we're going to do the following week is...
Before we move on to the next week, though, there's two events there too. There's a Super Bowl breakfast through our partner, Athletes in Action. If you're a business, if you're a brand, this is an incredible opportunity, and there's still opportunity to become a sponsor of this event, to become or to purchase a table. If you're a nonprofit, I'd strongly encourage you. They put on, this is sanctioned by the NFL. This is one of like 4 official NFL events. They put on an amazing program. It's all about the Super Bowl. You can capitalize on that energy that's coming in, and it's very community focused too. It's like a feel-good message about how we can make the world better. They put on an excellent program. As a nonprofit, purchase a table. It's a great opportunity. Bring your people there who are either supporters. It's a great way to say thank you to donors, and then get them to bring their friends. They'd love to come, and you get new donors there. If you are a business, you can do a similar thing, or, sponsor it. Get your brand and your logo associated with the NFL. It is an incredible event. There's still space for that, and just talk to us. We didn't have the slide to run the QR code, but the Super Bowl breakfast, I can show you how you do that. So
yeah, no, it's a great event, and historically they televise the first part of the event where it's the award for the players. So you'll see a lot of the names and faces you see on TV that are out there that are up on stage. Chance to interact with them, and they also want to meet some of the people from the community. So they want to get a taste of what San Francisco is becoming. So a lot of the stories have been kind of very negative, but more recently there's been a lot of positive stories. So we're giving them a chance to meet the people that are changing San Francisco and interact with a different San Francisco than what they saw 2 years ago. So, yes, so okay, Condoleezza Rice and John Lynch. We also have a couple of other folks that are on the sports. I'm not going to say the names.
Yeah, it's a beautiful program. The place will be packed, 2,500 people, and it's going to be incredible. They're also going to have like 10 of the tables out of there. They give away to at-risk youth to come, and it's so and they get to see it, and it's incredible and amazing. Heidi, please raise your hand. This is Heidi. She's with Love Never Fails. If you want to go to the Warriors game, talk to her, and she can direct you of how to get a ticket to that. Okay. She's with Love Never Fails.
January 15th.
January 15th. Warriors, human trafficking. And that's also, we're trying to use these events. There's an uptick in human trafficking around big events like the Super Bowl. That's horrible. Well, we're trying to change that narrative and instead leverage it so there can be an uptick in awareness that actually changes and moves the needle.
That's right. So January is our Warrior Night for human trafficking, addressing that. February is our Super Bowl event where we're going to do an outreach in the community. And then what we're working on, early stages still, is there's a faith celebration night on March 13th, which is down to the Warriors. Afterwards, some of the players come out and talk about their experience of helping the community, what they're doing out there. So it becomes an opportunity to meet some of the Warriors about what they do in the community, what they believe in. Moody has just one of the best stories. He's just a great guy in terms of what he's doing for the community he grew up in back in Arkansas. I'm looking forward to kind of hearing those stories. And then afterwards, they're going to invite everybody that came to the Warriors game to come out with them out to the Bayview and see what we can do to kind of create an outreach event for the Bayview. So the Bayview is a big food desert. There's no grocery stores out there with that huge community that lives out there. We're going to try and bring some food in there. We're going to try and get some of the organizations in that community to get highlighted, celebrated, supported. So we're going to kind of bring those folks out. So that's going to be our January, February, and March projects. If you think our group doesn't do anything in the city, you might be wrong this time. So with that being said, we still use this time to learn about what we could be doing better. I just wanted to share, 2 days ago, I shared a video of a group that we had up here. It was called Brownstone Live, and they have had a small facility out by the Mint, had 28 people. They were up and running for less than $100,000. They got it set up in about 6 weeks. And there's about a year wait for people to get into the living conditions. And people can live in the downtown area of San Francisco for about $700, $800 a month. It's now a success, and the mayor has given them permission to move to 100 beds. I was bringing over government leaders from across the Bay to see this model, to bring it over to the East Bay. They were all shocked. They were amazed at how quickly we could do this, and they've already committed to starting the project next, right after the Christmas season, because they believe this is the new way of creating space for people who are just trying to address housing in a way where they can't get started quickly. We can do this, and we can address a lot of homeless challenges in smaller suburb areas. We can address it all at one time. So we're going to brainstorm a little bit about how to do that. Then we're going to try working in the cities themselves. But along those lines, on the housing conversations, we brought in an expert, and we got a panel group of discussions. I'm going to let Ted introduce people.
We have one last. Are we ready to start the panel right now?
What's that?
We ready to start the panel right now?
Well, we got to give them time, but is there any more announcements?
There's one more announcement, yes. Our next meeting is January 9th. And then, yes, on Eventbrite, you should follow us on Eventbrite. We have this posted on Eventbrite and Luma. We'll post it there again. But please put into your calendar January 9th. We'd love for you all to come back. We're going to have a panel on justice reform. And we're going to bring together experts along with lived experience experts. And it's amazing. In fact, we have, we have the sports programs. If you're into basketball or if you're into pickleball, ping me afterwards. It is another incredible experience. We were just in prison in Solano prison playing pickleball with the incarcerated brothers, and it's magical. You just see the transformation that happens when you go out and you reach out outside your comfort zone, and I guarantee you that you will get more than you give back. But we're going to bring that experience here on January 9th, so you're all invited to join us. And so put that in your calendar, back here, 12 to 1:30. January 9th. Okay, that was the last announcement.
So we've got some speakers. We have one primary speaker we're going to address. We're going to hear from a couple of other folks as well. But do we want to start with our guest speaker, or do we want to start off with our visitors?
Let's have our featured guest speaker.
Come on up.
Hallelujah.
You can do it. There you go. And here is your microphone here. You want to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about what you're doing and what kind of learnings we should get out of this presentation.
Yeah, so as you can see from the slide, my name is Carolyn Kuling Valverde, and I teach, I'm a associate professor at UC Davis in Asian American Studies, and I also am a founding director of the New Vietnam Studies Initiative, which is really looking at contemporary Vietnam and the youth culture that exists there. So that's in brief. So today I want to talk about something I've been working on for, over a decade now. And it's this idea about doubling down on what makes a space special, or rethinking of what I call national aesthetics. And I'll explain all this in a bit. So, historically speaking, one of the biggest questions in the 20th century for developing countries is, how do we modernize and how quickly can we do this, right? And so there's always this idea that countries want to catch up, want to be like United States, want to be able to be a part of this global economy, especially when globalization hit, right? And how can they do this quickly, the catch-up game? So it puts them in a precarious situation in a sense that, what kind of process or what kind of methods would be best for them? So people have stepped into this conversation, in particular, a former academic turned consultant by the name of Anhalt. And he says that, well, look, we should treat nations like companies, and so we should brand them. And then when we brand them, then it'll show the world that, oh, this is a great country, right? And then so he decided to create a series of rubrics, right? And they're called the growth from knowledge. So he surveys in the hundreds of thousands around the world on what makes a nation viable or special, right? And he came up with this idea of like tourism is really important, and brands, like what kind of things can they export? What kind of government? Is it a stable government? What kind of investment can, that's attractive for folks, right? Is the culture rich? And the people have good values. And so in looking at these certain rubrics, then he can decide, or his company, his group can decide if, where you rank internationally speaking, right? So it looks like something like this, in this kind of shape right through. And but what is the problem with this model? What is the problem with this model? And there is a problem, okay? And the problem is, over and over again, annually, it is countries from Europe, with the exception of Japan, that is always on the top, right? So then it's like, oh, okay, well, that is a problem, right? And then so then there are critics of what Anhalt is doing. So Caneva talks about, it seems like it's a lot of propaganda. You just say a country is good, then it happens to be good. And frankly, nations are not products. Their lands, their peoples, their histories, their cultures. And so it seems to also, be a tendency is from, a bottom down structure, a country is branded for them, or a top down structure where you have a company coming in, the government hires them, and then they decide what your country is worth, right? And they focus on sort of capitalism or neoliberal models of advancing. Your economy should be in this way. You should work with the IMF and so on and so forth. And we know how that goes. And so certainly, for a lot of countries over time, it doesn't really benefit them. So advances an agenda of a more resourceful global northern countries and less about the global south. And it focuses on globalism and global participation, right? And so this, again, will it work for every country? And moreover, it thinks about, it kind of puts out neo-Orientalist ideas of what this nation is. Like, oh, this nation is about this exotic thing or that interesting thing. And frankly, they really don't know what's going on in these cultures and these countries because they're from another place, somewhat studying about what they perceive to be value systems, right? So Anhalt and his team is like, oh yeah, that's not good. That's not what we want. That's not our purpose, right? So what could be a fix? So they came up with the idea that, oh yeah, you know what? It's not about getting to the top economically. It's getting to the top sort of values, right? What makes a country, quote unquote, good? That's the important thing. So then they came up with another set of criterias, right? Okay, so it's about, it's science and technology, it's about world, it's planet and climate, very sort of memes or clickbaits or the dominant sort of terms at the time, right? Health and wellness. And actually, to be honest, these are good things. These are good things. But again, it's from a certain group that decides what these values are. And if it's from the same group, then what do we have? The same problem arises. The same countries then rise to the top because it's in these groups that they decide what those cultures or what they value and what matrix they're using. And who the hell cares about what these countries value or what they're all about, right? So it doesn't work. It doesn't work. And so we think of, okay, let's think of new value systems, or what I call national aesthetics. What makes these nations think deeply about what their culture is about, what their values about, what their resources about, and how do they want to be a autonomous, sovereign, sustainable country based on the things that they can produce, the things that they can put out, and how they come together as a people. So I came up with a theory on national aesthetics. Please allow me to read it. So national aesthetics argues that one way to create a prosperous nation is to have a clear image of the nation that the government and people support, and have this image tied directly to national production or industry to create for domestic consumption and exports that reflect this new national identity. At the core of national aesthetics is the belief that all nations have cultural value and should strive for self-determination, sovereignty, and sustainability. This theory targets former colonized countries, developing countries, and countries in dire need of an image change. And this change should be more reflective of its lands, peoples, and resources for domestic development and international markets. So first and foremost is, what's our culture? What do we value? What can we produce that is beneficial to us? And inevitably, it will be of value to the rest of the world too. And it doesn't matter, so like, I'll give you an example. So in Vietnam is my area of specialty. If you ask 10 people, 20 people, 100 people, what is Vietnamese culture? You will get 10, 20, 100 different answers. And it's because Vietnam has, been centralized for trade for eons, thousands of years. So there's influence from all different cultures through trade, to war, through everything else. And so Vietnam, as in many countries that have a lot of exposure to other parts of the world, could be anything and everything, right? And so but that's not the point. The point is, what in this moment does a country like Vietnam value? What does it see itself as, as its culture, right? And it doesn't matter if the government came up with it, industry came up with it, or people on the ground came up with it. What's important that they are all in agreement of what this is, and they move forward with that. That sounds nice, but it's not easy, right? How do you get certain governments to trust the people, and vice versa? How do you make sure that industry is a part of this, so that whatever is produced, that really reflects the people, and what is produced is sustainable? What is produced is going to be conscious of the resource and the environment and everything else? And how can you make sure that the people are benefiting from this first and foremost, versus being producers for the global north, right? Okay. So there are crucial obstacles to overcome. There are crucial obstacles to overcome, because even as I make these kind of assumptions and theories and ideas, there is still the mentality that, no, we need to follow an NHALT model. We need to hire these external international consultants, right? And it comes from what I propose is a culture cringe. How many of you heard of culture cringe? Are you're familiar with culture cringe? So culture cringe is basically, you internalize this idea of inferiority, right? And you dismiss your own culture as inferior and other cultures as superior, particularly from the South, prefacing the global North. And an example of this would be Australia. So for most of us, when we think about Australia, we're like, shrimp on the barbie, you call that a knife, that kind of thing, right? And then folks are like party going, so nice and friendly. Well, I didn't grow up in Australia, but I live in Australia extensively, and I was also a visiting professor for quite some time. And I can tell you that Australians are not like that. Australians are diverse, they're very interesting, they have complicated histories, and they're good and bad and ugly like every other country. But because they're part of this stereotype of who are Australians, from Aboriginals to quote unquote prisoners from England that come through, right? They experience a culture cringe. So when you talk to an Australian in Australia or in the United States, elsewhere, if you're coming from a place like England or United States or even Indonesia, and when they speak with you, they kind of like apologize. Sorry, we're from Australia, or yeah, sorry, we're like this, or you guys are so much better. You have such a better economy, such a better culture. Yeah, sorry, and there is a lot of respect for other cultures versus their own, either through the indigenous groups or through the settlers later on, right? And so that comes from this idea of this culture cringe about oneself, and it happens in other countries. And I won't give this example, but because we're short on time, but you're welcome to ask me other examples when during question and answer. Another part of it is because of years of colonization, even as a country has defeated colonialists, have risen up, have created revolutions, there is still something very embedded in so many formerly colonized countries that they are inferior. So it's through issues of, say, colorism, or just generally speaking, looking at other people's cultures and always feeling like, even though you can speak proudly, I'm Indian, or I'm Vietnamese, or I'm whatever, or even I'm Italian, but there's still this idea of if you are formerly colonized, then because of the years, the decades, and the hundreds of years of groups telling you through institutions and through everything else in your structure that you're inferior, it is embedded, and it's in your head, and so even if you are this proud ethnic person, there's still parts of you that behave in a way that shows that you're from this history, this legacy that is really hard to shake, right? And so I give these two examples to say that is why it is a challenge when you think about your country, when you think about yourself, or you think about your home, or anything like that, right? So what are the values which you want for your nation, your city, your region, and that you're interested in, right? What would be the criteria to measure the values of your index? You get to measure that. You get to decide. This is important to us. It might not be important to you. It may not be money making to you, but it's important to us. It feeds our soul. It feeds our people. It feeds our spirit. Those are our value system. That's what we want to be measured by, for example, right? So a lot of this can be done through, I'm sure everyone here knows this term, it's looking at the challenges in our society. And when we see ourselves as innovators, right? When we see ourselves as entrepreneurs, a big part of it is, how do we make a change socially speaking, right? So start from that point of view. And of course, the social enterprise that we do is, whatever we do is towards this idea of, again, not for profit necessarily, because profit will come when you do the right thing. Profit will come when you do the right thing. It's only, it might come quick and die out if you do the wrong thing, right? For the people and for what you need to do. And again, this is about, I think so much of that is in our DNA, in this group in particular, social innovation and social enterprise. So these are examples of countries that I've looked at. I will just maybe give you one example, and then you can ask me for other examples. South Korea, okay? So South Korea, not long ago, even 30 years ago, a very developing country, not much going for it, right? But then at some point, some folks studied in MIT, brought back broadband. So then you had like a lot of gamers early on. So gamers, the first gamers in Korea are like my age, I guess, or even older, right? They had, cell phone and all these things. And then at some point, and they did the turbos and the industries in that way. But by the late 1990s and early 2000s, the people, the industry, and government very much invested in this idea that we are going to be a different Korea. We're going to be a modern Korea. We're going to be a sophisticated, a Korea that people can look, and say, wow, what's that? And so they put a lot of money into their entertainment industry. now we know it as the Hallyu wave, right? Of films, they've gotten Oscars, and everyone's addicted to the music, the film, and then later on the beauty, right? Plastic surgery and the 10 regiments of Korean care cream, facial care and all that. But the entertainment industry and all this was not by accident. It was by design. It was by design. The government, industry, and people absolutely work together and also strategize. We can't compete with the US entertainment industry, but how about if we go to Southeast Asia? How about if we go to Africa? How about if we go to Latin America? Okay, how about if we reach out to our diaspora in places like the United States? And so they marketed all these places, and it took a minute. But what was really striking was these countries look in Korea and say, "Hey, they weren't long ago like us. Look at them now." So they were fascinated by how Korea was rising, and they wanted to do the same. And I can give you many examples through the different centuries about a moment in time when a country made a concerted effort with country, people, and industry to rebrand themselves. And Korea decided we're cool, okay? So beyond, sorry, it was all different fonts. It's like from PDF to what have you. So beyond the nation to ethnic enclaves. Let's look at, so I want to look at these theories. And so many of us are looking at California and looking at spaces and looking at issues of, unhoused communities and trafficking and so forth, right? And this is a thing that is of interest to a lot of people because it's not just branding nations, but it's branding cities, regions, spaces, ethnic enclaves, any number of things. So in looking at, I'm sorry, what is the time I have? Oh, awesome. So let's look at, let me take a deep breath. I always joke that I should have landed in New York. That's how quickly I talk. And when someone talks faster than me, I'm like, how do you talk faster than me? I can't keep up with you, But in any case, so let's look at beyond the nation to ethnic enclaves. And I want to take a look at example of Sacramento Chinatown Square and Oakland Clinton Park, or sometimes I like to call International Boulevard, or if you're old school, East 14th, or Little Saigon. And there's just so many little names for it, right? And these are projects that I'm working on personally, and also Kathy Chao Rothberg here. And so the renewal of Chinatown Square, Clinton Park, right? So when we look at, so what's happening with ethnic enclaves across the nation, like Chinatowns, Little Saigons, Little Tokyos, is they experience a point where there's less interest. A lot of the families that were sort of pushed there at one point and they created this community, they move to the suburbs or have less interest, or there's less innovation in the spaces to be a draw for people either to live or to work or to visit, right? And so they go into decline. And then the places are deteriorated. It's so investment becomes dead. And then, so what are the major issues that exist? What are some of the solutions? How is government, industry, and people, or GIP, work in that instance? And how can we rebrand or rethink about these spaces? This is just some questions, right? This is Chinatown Square in Sacramento. Looks exciting, huh? No. It's one of those examples where it actually has really interesting architecture, a wonderful history. Residents there are, elderly residents that are in those homes, but it has literally one restaurant. And I believe one weed place, dispensary, whatever, that I think they just kind of squatted. But in any case, and so not much going on, right? And then so what can we do about this space? So, why do we ask then, why do ethnic enclaves fade? What's the importance of cultural historical preservation? What's the value of space for society? And what will new ethnic spaces look like? And what's the role of youth in bringing about this? So when I was involved with Chinatown Square, there were a few very, very high profile individuals that grew up in a very vibrant Chinatown that was 5 blocks long. So it was the second biggest Chinatown, second, of course, to only San Francisco. And that's because railroad railroads were being built, and then also the peninsula where not peninsula, where there was a lot of agriculture in that area. And so a big Chinese American community. But over time, through building the redevelopment of the cities, building of highways, etc., they were pushed out. And they also voluntarily left, right? And so all was left was the movement of Chinese Americans to create what they call Chinatown Square, or Chinatown Mall. We call it now Chinatown Square, right? And then so fast forward, a lot of these individuals now want to come back and do something for the community. They're in their 70s. Vibrant as heck, but in their 70s, right? And they say, we want to preserve, we want to keep the history, we want this and we want that. And I'm like, awesome. Guess what? When you die, those things will die with you, right? And so there is now this push towards preserving history, to preserving legacy that is so important. But the big sort of factor that's left out is, how are these spaces relevant for the growing demographic now? How are they relevant for the youth? And frankly, how are you going to use those populations to be a part of this conversation of relevancy, of space usage, and of course, preservation of history? Because funny enough, when they involved the youth, the first thing the youth did was do a survey of the elderly that were living there, and every program they've done since have been for that older generation, right? But it's also what they're learning from it, what they want to contribute moving towards the future. So we have now, I met with the group yesterday. We had a big event with the owners of the Sacramento Chinatown Square. So when I say owners, it's like 40 families that own a building, right? And an association, the Lee or the Wong or what have you, right? And these 70-year-olds are saying, God damn it, I'm so pissed off at the older generation. I'm wanting to make change, but the 90-year-olds and 100-year-olds don't want to move on that, right? So then it makes us like 60s and 50s feel really good. And a room full of 30s and 20s and teenagers were there. In fact, they took the lead on bridging between all these generations to say, hey, we're here. We're here to make a change. And, nothing brings a smile to these older generation than young people in their 20s saying, we want to be here for you, and we want to, make this place vibrant and want to keep it going, because history needs to be understood in this context is still being made. It's still being made. It's not in the past. Right? So if you want your history to continue, you need to think of it as a continuous conversation, a continuous experience. History is still evolving here. It's not dead. It's not to be preserved. It's still growing, and have that be the conversation. So with that, you see here, students are out on Lunar New Year, from UC Davis in the community, because in the survey, the old folks said, hey, we want some festivities. We want some food. We want some, vibrancy, not too loud, not too late, but we want, they literally said that on the survey. But we want this, right? So the youth were right there for them. Here's Little Saigon in Oakland. Big problem. And this is hitting all the cities. Unhoused communities, right? Vandalism, theft. In this area, so I grew up in this area, and when it was called East 14th, it's called International for a reason, because along these many miles of East 14th, or now called International, you have the African community, the Latino community, and the Asian community, which sounds great until they're all at each other. You know what I mean? And everyone's blaming everyone for the problem. So here, the group here in Clinton Park, Clinton as in the president, I remember when they put this up, decided to put planters, because otherwise people would park their cars and have a encampment. Right. And then so, and this is after the little park that my kids grew up playing in was burnt down, because, people need to keep warm, and then they burn it down, like not on purpose, but And so in any case, there's a lot going on here, but then there are challenges, right? There's always challenges. So safety is a challenge. Like, how do we feel safe? And that's what they were trying to do, create beauty, coming together the community. How do we deal with racial tensions? They want to create a culture center where they're bringing in artists from all these areas and doing collaborations up and down East 14th. And there's the retailers that are like, literally cars are crashing to these retailers. How are they supposed to remain alive? People are breaking in every day. How are they supposed to be alive, right? So it's like the ideas too of, okay, we need to maybe put a Band-Aid on, do cleanup and things like that, but there are bigger pictures. They're a bigger picture. And the bigger picture is this area is full of wonderful foods, wonderful drinks. And if we can bring people in, Southeast Asian food, sorry, I'm biased, is the best. And then, of course, there's cultural preservation. And so they're still doing programs here. They're setting up for Lunar New Year, or maybe in this case, no, I think this is Mid-Autumn Moon Festival. These are just some examples, okay? And so community is there. But again, there's community over here doing the Band-Aid. And then there's other developers that want to come in and just like bulldoze all down, right? And then there's what's the in-between? What's the in-between that we can come together and think about? And more importantly, here's people and government need to work together, but what's the industry that is going to be promoting identity, right? And so I'm not giving the answers necessarily, but these are things that can really turn these communities around. So I want to talk about even beyond spaces and moving into institutions. So at UC Davis, how many of you here went to UC Davis or know about UC Davis? What was the first word that comes into your mind when you think of UC Davis? Don't be shy. Agriculture, thank you. That's polite. Most people be like, oh, boring farms, And so this is the sort of image that Davis has, actually, when we talk about Davis. So when they did a survey with students, they're like, Davis is actually really great. We really love the community there. We feel really happy there. Here we have a fellow Aggie and Eric here. And so, there's a lot of good things about, and they get a great education. And it's, we have the most funding of all the STEMs in the UC with the largest UC campus. So yada, 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 right? But there's still that stereotype. So it's more than a farm. It's a hidden gem, but it's more than a hidden gem. This is the thing that I've come across a lot when I'm looking at these spaces, from country to spaces. The initial idea is we're not good enough. The initial idea is we're not like another. But really, at the end of the day, it's that colonized mind again, however you want to look at it. So the way I look at it is I always turn it on its head and I say, double down. Double down on that thing that you have the cringiness about. Double down, because that's you. That's not the reality of things. That's you. So, for example, double down on what make Davis special. Even agriculture, okay? So, and that's an easy fix. So, for example, we have the only coffee research in the nation, a research lab center. Hecka Coffee is so good. I love coffee. We have the only tea research institute in the world. We have one of the largest viniculture programs, the Mondavi Center, where we are graduating all these vinicultures for the Napa Valley. We also have agriculture, obviously, but what I'm saying is all these things are, in fact, sexy, okay? Coffee shops are sexy. Tea is hot, literally. And so it's, these are things we already have. We also have one of the best research programs for autonomous driving. People don't know that. They're like, well, how do you have technology in a farm? This is the problem with a bad image, or an image that's not great, or an image that makes people go, what's wrong with, farms? In fact, students voted. So Aggies, farmers, right? The cow is our mascot. Then at some point, they changed it to, I think, a Mustang, a horse, to make ourselves feel better that we're not a cow. But when they surveyed the students, what mascot do you want? Guess what the students wanted? Cow. Cows are cute. Kawaii as hell. That sells. Okay? So, yeah, double down. It's the perception that that's not what's wanted or needed or cute or cool or whatever. It's a perception. So these are the easy fixes. It's a friendly environment, innovative. We have an innovation and entrepreneurship institute for free. You just go and you learn stuff, and they give you money, and they give you they have an incubator, and they give you mentors for free. So these are things that students are like, well, I didn't know that. Well, if your school is marketed as a place for innovation, if your school is marketed as a place for, newness, technology, sexiness when it comes to agriculture or food, when your university is already ready-made to go against AI, you can use AI, you can use it as a tool, no problem. But there's so much about Davis that AI cannot do. And that's a question we have now. What industries, what purpose or anything we have that will make us AI proof? What industry is AI proof, right? So we also have amazing departments and students and faculty that are into this. Utilize them. I mean, what the hell? You don't need to go outside. You don't need to be like a nation hiring over there. You don't need to be a Davis to hire this, company, that company to tell you what you are, right? And lastly, I want to talk about going even beyond institution into organizations and talk about Lao Family Community Development. We have their CEO right here, Kathy Chao Rothberg, and here she is, and there she is. And there's a reason why it's called Lao Family. So you can look at Lao Family Community Development, and first it was called Lao Family, and think, that's a little bit, I don't know, retro, a little bit refugee, a little bit like not cool and happening. Or you can look at it like what Lao Family represents, which is people from Laos, tribes people from Laos, Mien, Hmong, etc., and how they come together as a kinship, how they help each other, how they focus on their identity of supporting each other, how that DNA, that value system is embedded in this organization that's 40 years strong, that they believe that everyone that comes in, from the person who needs service to a person who's having the entry job, they can be a CEO. That's from Kathy's words. Anyone that comes through this program can rise to the top. And how we're going to do it? We're not going to do it by giving you a handout. No, we're going to do it by educating you about finance, teaching you how to get, your first job, teaching you how to get your first home, make sure that your kids are getting apprenticeships and internships, making sure that you value what it is that you brought from whatever country you came from. Because guess what? We're a family. So this should not be changed to, I don't know, some sexy name that's not family or Laos. It should be doubling down on what makes this organization great from the very start. Because that's the value. When you see everyone as the great potential, you see everyone as your family member, you see everyone as your tribe's person, and it doesn't matter if you're coming from Zimbabwe or Vietnam or any place, Costa Rica, any place around the world, we have similar values. And we care about our family, and we want to strive, and we want to do well in this country. So point is, double down on that cringy thing. Double down on the cringy thing, because that's where the value system really is. And that's when I'll end it with there in the presentation.
You are amazing how fast you can get all through that stuff. Kathy, why don't you come on up here? We'd love to, we can sleep this here. We'd love to just quickly, you guys have known each other for how long?
Well, that would age us now, wouldn't it?
Okay. For a couple days. All right.
At least 3 days.
Okay. At least 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
Lao Family's just doing incredible. And you guys are going to do a pitch later this afternoon here. So that's going to be amazing. But what would you like to say about Lao Family? You've been around for 40 years. I mean, obviously anybody can be a CEO, but what's the goal and what makes you different from other organizations that help to transform lives, take them from folks that live in encampments to people that are living healthy, community-oriented positions? Tell us how you guys do that a little bit. What makes you different?
That's such a good question, Paul. I think one of the things that really sets Lao Family apart is the fact that we try to bring everything that a person needs into one location and then holistically serve them from their mind. Everything in life starts with your mind. It's a mind of inspiration, aspiration. It starts with your mind first. And then you have to make a commitment. You have to commit to saying you're going to do it, or you're not going to do it, or you're not sure. And then after your mind and the commitment, you also have to work on your heart. Because you have to have a heart for change. And then we also have to take care of your physical body, because you need food, you need clothing, you need shelter, you need water. You need to be healthy. Because if you're not healthy, you don't have health insurance, no matter how good the education that UC Davis provides, that we have a partnership with, say, or Davis, or with Stanford or Columbia, no matter what job training program I give you, you can become a doctor. You can become a bank CEO. So the job training isn't going to stick. And if you have trauma from being abused, being neglected, molested, sexually assaulted, trafficked, emotionally, psychologically, abused. So if I don't give you clinical assistance with a counselor or a doctor, because Lao Family, we can't do everything. We're not trying to do everything and be everything. Just like what the professor said, is like you can't do everything great. So you have to figure out what to say no to. But we have to bring in to make sure that you have insurance, because you need a primary care doctor. And without the primary care doctor in America, with our healthcare system, I can't get you a psychologist or a counselor or an oncologist or a urologist, a autism, a social worker, or I need to get you the specialist. So the physical health is really important. And then the assets. This is what I have to say about assets. One of my mentors, or not my mentor, but one of the giants that I really love him, is the former Secretary of Labor, Robert Reich. And by the way, when you see somebody famous, don't be afraid, because I saw him at a Pete's Coffee in North, North Berkeley. I just went up to him and I ended up sitting with him and talking with him. He talks about inequality, but he talks about assets. And that's what Lao Family does. That's one of the things that sets us apart, is we will develop your asset. We're going to teach you how to develop the right assets versus the wrong assets. This is the difference. Check this out. On the one hand, if we're regular people, we think, oh, I want to have fairness and justice, and I want to be recognized for my gender rights, or my ability to identify myself as Yumian or Mian or Chinese or Japanese, etc. But on the other hand, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's good. But if you're focused on all of that stuff, my voice, my choice, my religion, where I want to live, who I want to marry, what car I want to drive, what neighborhood I want to live in, you can do that. There's nothing wrong with that. But what if you focus on the asset of your mind and education? You need a degree. If not a PhD, a master's, a bachelor's degree, get a recognized certificate, a technical degree, so you have the ability to earn more money. When you have more money, then you can take that money, because when you have more money, you also will grow in your profession. And when you have a higher profession, you have more money, you vote, and you have influence and power. You vote, You buy a house, you start a business, you support the elected officials or other things. But if you develop the assets, how we help our customers is you gotta learn how to bank. Don't let the credit cards use you. You use their credit cards. Because if you pay minimum wage, you're letting the credit cards use you. Minimum fee for your credit card. But if you have savings accounts, you have checking accounts, you have CDs, you have stocks, you have health insurance, you have liability, property insurance, business insurance, key employee in case there's an emergency, that something happens to you, like disability insurance. You have assets like a home or a business, investments. These are the right kind of assets. So we have to check ourselves, don't buy an $85,000 car when you don't have a house yet.
That's right.
It's like that rap song, right?
Yeah.
So I always say that it's about developing the right assets and social capital.
You
Because-
guys do that the best, because you take the long walk around. You surround individuals with like a 360 care, and you find the right resources. They're not just people in your team, but you'll find people in the community that wrap around them, and you take that first step to get them started in the right direction. You get those assets, and then you monitor them for not just a year, 2 years, even 3 years. You follow them for up to 10 years. And because it's a
Forever.
long journey, right? It's a long journey.
Once you're a part of Lao family, you're forever with us.
I think that's awesome.
The asset is like this phone right here that has the governor's cell phone in here. It has the senator's cell phone in here. It has the congressman's cell phone in here. It has the CEO of multiple banks in here. That's an asset, right? So I share these things with you because we're family and friends.
Yes.
And I'm being very it takes time. It takes time. And so I think that's one of the things that, and when I say that, we can do alone. So this community that we have in this room of technology, of startup, pastors, professors, those who are in the nonprofit sector already, those who are in the field, that's a really important asset to develop. Because because friends, it's about friendship and relationship. If I have an issue with a bank, but it just so happened that when a guy that I know that used to be a project manager at the bank, but I kept my relationship with that person for 30 years, and now that person is the CEO of the bank. That investment into that relationship over decades comes back to you. So anyway, answering your question. So it's that full wraparound in one stop, working on your whole self, from your mind all the way to your pocketbook. Everything in between, and making sure that you have the assets to have freedom. Because that's what it's all about. I'm going to end by saying that and we've been growing over the years, starting off as a refugee organization and founded by a group of people who were displaced to a new country no one spoke the language English, and learning how to navigate the education system, the healthcare system, the financial system, workforce system, housing system, healthcare system. There's a financial system, voting system. There's so many systems in America, and no matter what country you go to, you got to learn the language, and then you have to learn the system.
And one of the other housing models that we have in here, we had a friend here, Eric. Eric went to UC Davis, which is great. So Eric has a place where, the justice-involved individuals that are incarcerated oftentimes fall out of the system, have to be re-entered into it. And Eric, you guys have done a great job taking people who are typically outside the system, looking to redefine themselves or coming from really difficult situations, trying to figure out who they're going to be. Like, how do you celebrate the difficult things, right? And how do you get them to kind of launch forward? So I'd love to hear about what you're doing as well.
Quickly. Yes. Yeah. We're a small nonprofit called R3. I'm down in Monterey area, but we operate up in the Central Valley and up in Northern California, so on doing housing, primarily modular housing models, if you will, for developing small community villages. And our niche is more geared towards often faith community properties, excess properties with faith communities, or with government properties where they have funding and or desire to turn, in particular, people coming out of homelessness into stable people to live in the community and give back to the community. So we started in the prison, Soledad prison, where we're going to go play basketball, I guess, Ted, tomorrow with I'd rather play pickleball, I got to say, but we got some other good pickleball players here. So, but they've got some courts down at Soledad. We started a building program down there way back in 2016 and built several homes there. But our intent was to try and help the prisoners who are the most challenged when they get out of prison at getting into housing and into employment. And by putting in the prison and teaching building skills, when they came out, they're really ready to go be employed or at least get into an apprenticeship program, which is really important. By the way, incarcerated guys and gals, both, if they're not housed and employed pretty quickly, within about 3 years, 65% of them will be back in jail. Which is not a good statistic. In Soledad, that's $120,000 to $130,000 a year right now to house someone in prison. Now, you as a taxpayer, is that a good investment? No. You in the caring for that person, is that a good investment? No. So what we're talking about is that housing is critical, obviously, getting people stabilized in that. And you've heard this housing first model that's out there. You know, in fact, homelessness has sort of become an industry in and of itself. And more I study and learn about, we have so many people on the very verge of homelessness, a nickel away, a paycheck away, everything else, that it's much broader than just people who are on the street or in a shelter. It's really, how do we get housing and investment in housing and people all the way down to our prisoners, to our at-risk youth, to those that are divorced or going through trauma or coming out of trafficking, all those things that really put people at high risk. And how can we stabilize as a community and actually rebuild community for people? So our prison program has helped teach up a couple people. We have a guy that just got out 2 months ago. He's going to be going down and being one of our lead builders in Ceres, where we're opening up a little mini factory with a Faith Home Teen Challenge program there in January. They'll be building the very same modular units they were learning to build in the prison now outside the prison that'll go into these communities. That's our goal. We really want people employed, giving back to their community, stable, and turning their lives around. And particularly in construction, it's a great industry for those that have been incarcerated because it's one of the lowest barrier industries for them to get into after incarceration. So that's what we're about. I think we've completed 5 different villages. We've been working with veterans as well. Down in our area, we have an old Fort Ord Army base that closed back in the late 90s. But there we have a huge veterans organization that is supporting housing. We've just finished 2 ADUs. We had a guy move in yesterday who's been incarcerated for 43 years. This is his first day out of prison, living in the home. Amen, huh? That's really cool. We had our guy that's going to work for us in Ceres. When he was in the prison, he created this cutting board for me when we were launching the prison. He built this himself, came up with the design and everything else, R3. And he gave this to us as a gift and said, hey, I'm really excited about getting launched in a whole new career in construction. So that's what we love to see. That just tickles our heart. But the wraparound services and stuff Kathy does, we work with communities really to find that whole niche of players that are really doing that well in the community because it's so critical to getting people not just housed, but back in their life. So that's what we're up to. Yeah, there you go.
That's right. Well, thank you, guys. Your slide did not show up.
I think show you a couple.
I don't think it's working. That's why I think I pulled the.
All right. I was going to show you a couple of housing villages, but if you
We
want
can
to
pull
see
it
them
up.
later, come on up. We'll show you later. So
That'd be
thank
great.
you.
You guys, thank you for coming in today. Make sure you grab some food. We will be here January 9th. We got some announcements right here. We are going to do. Oh, yeah. So we got time for one question because I know I had lots of questions. Embracing some of the challenging stigma of a community and doubling down on it is just an amazing concept. I love that. And we're seeing that happen in San Jose in some of the pockets of poverty. They're celebrating what they've been embarrassed about historically, but they make it part of who they are, and they kind of celebrate those things. So it's pretty amazing.
By the way, I was going to add at UC Davis, the 2 most popular courses there at Davis when I was there were human sexuality and introduction to winemaking. the introduction to winemaking, they take you down to their private cellar the last day of class to, to taste their wines. And of course, you got 18-year-olds all the way up to 22. Well, the 18-year-olds, you're all supposed to put, your wines, put it in the spittoon and spit it out, right? So there's this much, in the bottom of the spittoons at the end of class. The accident rate, though, because Davis is known as Bike City with all these roundabouts, the accident rate doubles that day at Davis. So go take Introduction to Viticulture.
All right. Any questions you guys have out there in terms of housing and services for folks that are just getting back on their feet before we jump into the next phase of our meetings?
We have time for one question, and always the first question is the hardest, and then people,
Yeah, so one thing that I know as a formerly incarcerated person myself is that we're really formerly incarcerated people like myself, we're really underrepresented with legal help. And like, there's tons of legal aids out there, right? And this is a rabbit hole that good luck when you jump down it. Like when you have a legal problem, you need it solved quickly. And like, these are just things that we could do that are preventative that will give us like a big platform, and like people will stop messing around with us too. And anyways, that's just what I wanted to say.
that's not really a question. That's wonderful. We'll have time for one more, but you're right next to you. Danny, do you know him? You guys came together? Okay, so you should meet Danny. Do you live in San Francisco? Yeah, you can reach out to Lao Family, an organization. Come back next month. This is going to be our theme. And next month, hopefully, I'll be able to introduce you to our friend Adrian, Open Door Legal. They're solving this issue, and the results are spectacular. So everyone needs to come back. Adrian is providing universal access to legal aid. They're pioneering our nation's first universal system here in San Francisco. And basically they had a study. They reduced homelessness. It affects every issue, but they reduced homelessness by 49% in 10 years in the Bayview Hunters Point. Only district that had a reduction while it went up in the rest of the city, and they cut it in half by providing universal access to legal aid. So yeah, you're hitting on something.
There's also Root and Rebound. They have legal clinic. And then Jewish Family Services in Berkeley has legal clinic. And then also the Asian Prisoners Project. They all have legal services for reentry population. And that's one of the things that most people, when they look at our organization, Lao Family Community Development, they don't know that we have one of the most successful reentry housing and employment successful programs in Contra Costa County and Alameda County.
Lao Family has a long history of helping people get back on their feet and providing those services.
Did you have a question?
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I want to thank everybody for coming down here. Yeah. Oh, wait.
Well, it's kind of a comment. And what I'm seeing is within these cities, what I see is the cities, and what do we do about it is I see these encampments and these homeless sort of encampments, and I see, the city coming in with garbage trucks and they just clear it. And I find it devastating, and it's inhumane, where you just take people's lives and you throw them into the garbage. And then, on the flip side, you see ICE just taking people and putting them into, just taking their lives and putting them into ICE detention centers, and just all of this stuff going on in this world. And I'm wondering, as people, why can't we create sort of a place where, these tents can be set up and we employ people to sort of provide a shelter where these tents can be set up, and we can provide some type of basic human, protection and Pastor Baines in East Palo Alto providing showers and washing machines, just so that you can have a decent type of life, and sort of basic care. And I'm just wondering what people as a community could do, where maybe some basic funding could just be redistributed, and instead of paying ICE, individuals or these employees $50,000 to gather people and ruin their lives, how we can employ people just to provide some basic fundamental needs.
I think the answer that I'm going to give you may seem counter. What I have experienced, La Family is a 45-year-old company. And for a long, long time, we were 100% government contracts, or now we're 97%. This is the problem to address this issue when we're relying on government funds. Government funds by nature have a lot of rules and a lot of bureaucracy, and it requires extra costs and extra time. So to solve homeless issues for individuals who are homeless, sometimes the best solution is don't use any government funding on the front end. And I say that from my own experience because I've been developing for 30 years. And when you're talking about like homeless housing programs, before 90-something% of the funding was prioritized for permanent supportive housing. So that means it's somebody who has a permanent disability who only has $900 of income. So therefore, in San Francisco, it costs $1.4 million to build one unit of housing for one homeless person who has permanent disability, $1.4 million. And it takes 8 years to build that. So one of the solutions that we can design is like the one in Texas, community first. And it's a huge land with integrated different types of housing for different stages of a person's life. And they rely a lot on the community donations and private, and then they weed the government for certain things. So that's what we have tried to do too. So we bought the largest vacant hotel in the state of California, a hotel, Motel 6, 285 rooms. We bought it all with money that we had to borrow and raise in order to buy it, so that we can control who can go in there, how we design the program, what the exits are, what the benchmarks are. So that's a little bit answer. So the answer is that we need technology sector to partner up with nonprofits to invest with flexible money. And we need families, individuals, tech to invest in nonprofits to create like pilots that could scale. And so I think that to address your first question, and you were talking about ICE and homeless and etc.
Probably having the government, I mean, relying on the government that's the bureaucracy there is probably the most unreliable. Finding unqualified funding, finding private donations, having some type of fund.
I'm gonna wrap it up. I'm gonna wrap it up by saying, well, here's the thing. I'm gonna say this. The solution isn't on a donation either. There's different kind of solutions, but across the whole country, the most sustainable solution for any nonprofit, even government is trying to create like a nonprofit to support what they're doing too. So the best way in America so far that I have found is a social enterprise, where you can have your own revenue stream that you can daily get money so that you can do the free service you want to give. But you can't rely on a Jeff Bezos or Mackenzie Bezos or Michael Dell, because that one gift, so
It'll come and go. So you need to create the assets around your organization so your organization can be as healthy as the people you want to have.
Yeah.
sustainable.
Let's give a hand clap to our presenters. These are the conversations we want to have. That's a perfect segue too. This is why we're having here. This is why we chose to do our first, partner event, where now we're doing a deal lounge and Shark Tank. This is you, entrepreneurs, young people thinking outside of the box, inventing new ways of solving these problems, and thinking creatively to do that. And let's have a long-term vision. Let's have a 50-year vision, but then go out and work right now and set the direction. So now we're going to make the transition we're going to hand the event over to Dwayne, and we're going to go into our deal lounge. But until 2 o'clock is the time for you to network, to get to know each other, hang out. We also have a lovely, here, come in, Heather, correct? Heather is with Love Never Fails, and she has, here, tell about your tea and the tea you're giving, and it's gift time. Like it's Christmas, someone might want some gifts.
Yes. Hi, my name's Heather, and I live in India. I've been going back and forth to India since my first trip was 2011. So I have a group of young people who I knew in the children's home, and they have all grown up. And so to me, they're kids, but they're actually young people between college age, between 18 and 30. And we meet every week. We play games. We read the Bible. We just try to do life together. And so we're starting a tea business so that we can give back. We also do outreach every month. We go to the children on the unhoused children. And so I'm raising my kids who are not kids up to be to take care of the marginalized. That's my heart. And so so the tea is supporting that. And there's also handmade gifts who are made by trafficking survivors in Delhi. So they're hand blocked and awesome.
So beautiful gifts out there, and there you go. A perfect example of what we're doing. So get someone a handmade gift of real quality. They're beautiful. I just glanced out there, and it's going to help a good cause. Okay, so all right, we're wrapping that up now, and so now you have about 23 minutes to network, and then we'll reconvene here, and we'll move on with the next phase of our event, where we'll be pitching. All right, okay.
Hey, everyone. Raise your hand if you're here to pitch. All right. You guys mind lining up? And then also our investors, Preeti, Peter, Anita, can you please come to the front? No. I just want to see who's here so we can organize you guys.
All right. Connect by Facebook, by the way. How's yeah, that's Mad Bonnie. That's me. For me, I did the change. You are a judge? Oh, nice to meet you. I'm one of the founders. Josh.
Yeah.
Okay, that's us. Oh, we're online. Probably YouTube. Yes, I did see. How long were you starting the committee? I was like, when I look at it, you look at it, so I know that. So this is basically a baby kit. Okay. I wonder if this is where we sit. So most people together. Okay. So love your energy. It helps engage.
PK, there's one more guy.
Oh, yes. Here, but powered by it's a Latin very nice. I'm based in Cleveland. Yeah, so yeah, I know all Las Vegas investors, recommend utilize AI tools as much as possible to scale up what their work. Try to make the team of 7 into like a team of 100. So we already started this one by 2 of us. We use AI as part of teaching. We're building AI. It's like the first, we built it the first week, and it took me about a year to work out the stuff. So, and I didn't know about the tools like in the US, there's a lot of figure out something with it, and so on. So it's human scale in business. Yeah, try that out. Hi, how are you? Leo. Founder. You're one of the investors. So this company came from another company that used to make flying car company. And then we were building a Jarvis vehicle, like an AI assistant to talk to. That we made a breakthrough on the AI side, so we did separate. Basically, that AI now became a vibe engineering tool. So, you've heard of vibe coding or people just thought, we were vibe engineering. We deployed, so we have 5 products right now. We have functional, we have one for electronics, one for automation, and robotics, and then 2 for simulation, and then 1 for mechanical engineering. So we started 5 months ago. We're about 1 million already. We're attracting, we're attracting like the big names. So we're selling to NVIDIA right now. I have a pilot running at Tesla, pilot running at Amazon, houses. We have other customers running the simulation. So our platform is able to like engineer systems. So the demo I'm going to show today is the one that's ready, which is I'll show you like we designed the iPhone charger in 6 seconds. Then, yeah, me too. Actually, I'm leaving it with so I'm going to Then I'm building right now a more complex demo that shows you how you can engineer a moon that's going designed to go to the rocket, and the rocket designed to go to the moon. So like very complex system designed for extreme environment, just to show you the power of it. Leo. The company is INNOVAT3. Are you local to us? Are you local to us? Awesome. I've been there twice. By car. So I'm half French and half Turkish. Yeah, I've been in the US for a long time. Yeah, I'm in San Francisco. I lived in a lot of different cities looking for like the perfect city to live. So I started in San Diego, I did Pasadena, Santa Monica, Newport Beach. Moved to used to work for Tesla, so I built a production Cybertruck all the way. So I lived in San Jose for a little bit, and then in San Francisco.
My son did a 7-month internship with Tesla.
Yeah. How was it? Probably crazy. Yeah.
He was going back next summer. He wants to get a job.
Yeah, it's good. It's very wild. The more senior he gets in the company, the more it starts to.
Yeah, I can imagine.
But yeah,
Then I like that he works hard, but he also doesn't get stressed. At least I feel now
you know, it's like it's our college. Yeah, so it's perfect. It's perfect age to get exhausted. So that's okay. Exhausted. I have, yeah, I'll click on the phone. Yeah. So I actually had an automation startup to basically build for Tesla through my company. So contract to so I built Model Y and Cybertruck, and then I worked on the production. So when the Cybertruck was a secret project, I worked on a 4680 cell production. So I designed the cell, but then I went full time for the Cybertruck. Yeah, so I did that project for 6 months, and then I got my patent granted for my flying car company. And then I left.
And who's doing the flying car company?
I'm still doing both of them.
You're doing both.
Yeah. So I'm a CTO on this one, and then CEO on the other one.
Okay.
Yeah. The AI platform is serving our company extremely. We're utilizing it right now 100% for building all electronics.
Yeah.
For automating the production.
Yeah.
So the more it scales, the more it's beneficial for the company.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be basically leading the development of the ideation of how it's evolved for the company until it hits more potential, and then I'll give the CTO to someone that does AI, and then I will be doing public transportation, and I'm going to still be CTO of the flying car company because the flying car company still needs 5 more years to take its potential.
But then if you're going to seek funding, you'll have to decide which one, because you're seeking funding for the AI company. I don't think investors will be very keen on spending your time there.
Yeah, so it's just like, I'm the kind of person that does a lot of things at the same time. So I have 3 companies actually, and I can operate in different capacity, just like that's the type of person. Even when I used to do like jobs, I used to have multiple jobs. Yeah, so it's just like my nature. I sleep like 3-4 hours a day, and I have to build things. And that company was actually, if you look at the full picture, they all are serving the same purpose. So my automation company built the production lines that manufacture front company. The AI company is going to be the data center that's going to be doing automation of the autonomous flight for the, and then doing all the mass production, the design, the cost. So they are independent components, but they also, and if you see any successful company exist today, they're designed like this. You don't look at Tesla, for example. Tesla is not just a car company, it's an autonomous car company, it's a data center company. The data center that runs autonomy on Tesla, it also runs Block, the AI that's, and that Block runs also on X. So you need all these components. So the data center that we use for our autonomy will be like will get for the AI company. And if they all integrate together, we get a really powerful, complete, full stack basically products and ecosystem. That's kind of my vision, and I feel like this is the best way to make it happen. If I'm, helping these all parts and pieces of this, I can make sure at least it's reach a certain level, and then once it's good enough.
Hello.
So for the flying car company right now, my focus on autonomy. We build everything, but autonomy is autonomy in the next 5 years. Evolving exponentially.
Oh, no,
right now, there's
you
no
did
country
not.
in the world doing autonomous flight for vehicles at a full scale. So
I'm so sorry. We talked about doing an interview.
How long is it?
I just wanted to be able to boost you, anything you're doing, and like your brand and everything. It could be even like 5 minutes. I think I just
Because
wanted.
they're going to start.
Yeah, so like probably not before the event. You're leaving like probably not at 2:30. Good to know. Cool. Yeah, you're like I got shit to do. Is the when the panel's gonna end?
I think that.
Oh, I see. Okay.
If you want, I can do it now.
Yeah, you wanna do it real quick?
Sure.
Thank you.
You send me a link.
Hello, all startup founders. Please come to the front. I'm going to start putting you guys in order. Matthew G. Is that you? All right. Tony DeCarf. Okay, good. Teresa G. Right there. Yogesh Argawal. No. Ezra Goldstein. Elizabeth No. Amish Patel. That's you? Okay. Alan Helmick. Memberly. That's right there. All right. Anita Chen. Okay. Bentley. Nope. Barati. Kave. Akanksha. No. Sushi Data. Vikas Kumar. All right. Everybody I just called, please line up right here, please. All right. All right. No, just line up right here. Yeah. Everyone's called. All right. Next. I mean, I might be able to do more. Doesn't seem like there's a lot of you. Give me a sec. So Sushi Data, that's you right there. Okay. Give me a sec. George Karani. July Grulon. Darla L. Brown, that's you right there. All right, can you go behind them? I'll have you do it before 2:30. Yeah, the people I called before, they paid for it, so I want them to go first. Is Axel here? No. Jenny Juan, Tanya Lipovich. Jenny's here. All right. Teresa G, Amit, Matthew Gabriel, Amar Arsker, and Leo Kewali. All right.
I sent you mine, like fill the form or something.
All right. Okay. All right. Everyone who was in the first group that I called, please line up in the front, and then everyone in the second group, please go behind. All right. Yeah. Yeah, you can do it last. Yeah. All right. And then Anita, would you like to pitch first? That way you could join the investor panel right after. All right. Hi, Olva. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Yeah. Is William here with you? Oh, yeah, sure. I'd love for him to say hi.
Yeah.
How you doing? I'd love for you to join our panel. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so cold out there. I'm Preeti.
Hi, Preeti. I'm
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. I think PK is on his way.
Yeah. PK's on
Oh,
his
that's
way.
funny. Well, LK and PK.
All right. How's everybody doing today?
Good.
Should we send the investors home? Doesn't sound like you're here to play. No. How's everybody doing today? That's what I'm talking about. All right. Everyone, welcome to the Shark Tank Deal Lounge. Sorry, everything is a bit different right now, but this is a proof of concept. And as we have more of these, we'll work out all the details. So this event is sponsored by Elizabeth Promazzi. Elizabeth is the architect behind 1900 Broadway, also known as Stack Space in Oakland, the landmark tower that reshaped the city skyline, and its innovative co-working hub, Stack Space. With 24 years of international experience spanning Brazil, Denmark, China, Africa, and the United States, she has led the development over 11 million square feet of residential, hospitality, and cultural projects. Her work has been featured in San Francisco Chronicle, Multi-Housing News, Hola China. Elizabeth is recognized for creating human-centered, high-end spaces that foster community, connection, and long-term impact. Everyone give it up for Elizabeth. Woo! Awesome. And if any of you are interested in sponsoring future events, please talk to me afterwards. All right, so welcome to the Shark Tank Deal Lounge. We're gonna get started very soon. First, let me have the investors introduce themselves. Who are you? What's your investment thesis? Where do you work? And are you deploying capital? All right, please go ahead.
Hi, everybody. My name is Preeti Padmanabhan. I'm with Emergent Ventures. We are a pre-seed seed stage enterprise AI SaaS fund. My background, I've been in San Francisco Bay Area for 25 years and worked at 5 different startups running marketing. A couple of them went IPO and also one had a private equity exit. And I have a background in engineering, product, and marketing.
Thanks. Hi, I'm LK Monroe. I was recently invited to join the panel. I've been a panelist for 10 minutes now. So I have spent most of my career in education. I am now an entrepreneur, but know a whole lot about organizational design, organizational change. So I was just asked to be on the panel to comment on viability of concept and idea and organizational structure. So I'm afraid I'm not the check writer, but I will be advising the check writers. Just want you to know.
Hello. Hello, everyone. My name is Peter Torres with Searchlight Lending. I'm a commercial and residential mortgage broker. I help companies and business owners get funded with SBA loans based on pro formas, projections. I have 15 years experience as a finance analyst in the semiconductor industry for a Fortune 500 company. So I'm not an investor, but I'm here to help people get to the next step with their pro formas and so forth.
Awesome. All right. So the time is going to be very strict. You're going to have a total of 5 minutes to pitch. When the other investors come around 2:30, you can pitch them again. And so it's going to be 2 minutes to pitch and then 3-minute Q&A. And then it's very strict. If you're not done by 2 minutes, I'm cutting you off. Sounds good? All right. All right. Our first investor/founder is Anita. And introduce yourself, Anita.
Hi, everyone. My name is Anita. I'm an ed tech professional. Happy to be all with you here. And I also work as an angel investor recently in some ed tech companies. And this is an idea that was birthed from my dissertation, which examined how we could use digital learning tools to support students who've experienced trauma. What my research found is that Okay. According to the transformative learning theory by Jack Mesereau, relationships are at the core of transformative relationships. It can help to protect students from trauma, but also help students who have already experienced trauma to heal. So Oral Learn is an idea that encourages in-person relationship building for students and school systems. Right now, there are 60% of students and adults that are experiencing ACEs, or what we call adverse childhood experiences, across the United States annually that cost $1.4 trillion. And we have one chance as educators and protectors to help to heal some of that trauma, and that's in the school system. Oral Learn works in there. We mentioned the Research Foundation, but Oral Learn creates a digital character for each of our students that they can dress up digitally and feed and protect with their Aura Points. So Aura Points are earned through academic engagement, mental health check-ins, peer support, and volunteering events. I'd like to give you a quick demo here, if it'll load. Oops. All right, it doesn't look like it's loading, so we'll show the demo here. We have a chat bot that is trained off of their teachers' responses. You have a daily check-in, and also these quick actions that can engage students in their learning process. This will help school administrators to have a snapshot of how their students are doing. Thank you. And also give parents that same snapshot. Lastly, I'd like to mention that every chat that is originated in the Oral Learn platform, as peers talk to one another and foster that relationship, is screened for predation, bullying, and suicide ideation, so that we can protect our students in this safe haven for them online. Open to any questions, and very happy to be presenting to you today.
Thank you, Anita. Thank you for that. This is such an important problem you're solving. Couple of questions. Who are your competitors? And currently, do you have any deployments going in any schools or colleges for your product?
Thank you. First, the competitor side, I think there's Khan Academy, which has a similar digital avatar, but my understanding is it's not as comprehensive as this. Furthermore, there's no chat function, so there's none of that social learning that we're going after. There's also, like in school systems, there will be more of a digitized version of the social services, but again, not so comprehensive, not so real time, and not so fun. As for actual deployments, none has existed yet, but that's the next step of our development.
I think you answered one of my questions, which was at what stage are you? What door do you see entering for this product? So a lot of people think, oh, I need to get in touch with superintendents or assistant superintendents or perhaps the school counselors. How do you see yourself being able to market this? Whose attention are you looking to capture?
If you will allow me, I'm going to go ahead and pull up our revenue model. So I think that we can market this to public schools, to private schools, and also to homeschool families. As someone who was homeschooled, I know there's that sense of I want to connect with more people and have diverse perspectives in my life. I think definitely teachers is one. If we can get teachers behind the ideas, they will be the ones introducing it to their principals, their superintendents. But also private school, I think they're a little bit more willing to take on something new. And once you've proven the concept with private schools, public schools, I think will also be more willing to take on the idea.
Thank you.
Of course.
My question is, coming into this is, you're providing a whole platform for all the students and the engagement of the faculty. So how would that be, how would the security be controlled? Is there like any concern about people like, like trolling or sniping or, I know the whole intent and the security around it is, a protective environment, but we always know about the future of bad actors, yes.
Yeah, so of course, cybersecurity has to be very, very top tier so that we can protect the privacy of students. But similar to the way that we have HIPAA protections on the medical side, we also have FERPA and COPA protections for students so that we can maintain their privacy. Actually, if you look back to the wellness dashboard here, which is for our principals, they are able to understand the overall engagement and social connection of the students, even ask questions of the AI, like show me how my 7th graders are doing. But all of that data is aggregated and anonymized, just as we do typical educational research, so that you can have both actionable insights and also the privacy of the students.
All right. Now, investors, for Anita and your company,
Or learn.
will you pass, follow up, or do you want to take her to the deal lounge?
That's a Shark Tank language.
Follow up.
All right, we got one follow up.
Yeah, definitely follow up. Anita and I, full disclosure, talked at the last convening, and we haven't followed up yet. So follow up.
We have
That's
two
it.
follow ups.
It's a definite follow-up.
Nice. We have 3 follow ups. Everyone give it up for Anita. Woo! All right, next. Oh, you guys are scared now, huh? And also, can you introduce yourself as an investor?
Okay, sure. Hi, everybody. I'm having a dual form here today. But I recently got to participate in the angel round for an edtech company. And when I'm looking at deals, I want to see deals that both make money and make impact.
Yeah, we'll pass it.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go.
Hi everyone, my name is Leo, and I actually had to leave early, so thank you guys. So I built a platform which is basically a vibe engineering platform. So if you've heard of vibe coding, we're basically allowing people with no experience in software engineering to build complex softwares. So that's what vibe coding. Vibe engineering is the same for engineering. So we build a platform, allow you to engineer anything, and with just conversation, voice conversation. So no engineering technical experience required. So this is very helpful and it's revolutionary because it's allowing anyone to build literally the most advanced complex systems. And I've done several demos online. I live stream on X at Info Station. That's my X channel, and then goes on YouTube as well. And I show you how I build stuff. So I'm gonna build a motherboard for a computer. Right now I'm designing electronics for a rocket that's gonna go to the moon. So it's designed to handle moon environment without any experience related to space engineering. I'm an electronics engineer. I used to work for Tesla, so I have an experience, but with the demo and the way it works, I'm not putting any of my experience into this. So this demo will show you how to build an iPhone charger with just quick conversation. But about the company, we started 5 months ago. It's me and my co-founder. We have 5 enterprise customers. 3 of them are paying right now, and then the rest will pay soon. We're partners with NVIDIA, and we have about 1 million ARR already, and that's the 20 seconds video. There's no audio. So this just shows you how the Vibe engineering tool builds everything just by chatting with it. So it's building the electronics, and then it's building the PCB for it, and then creates a document that's can be sent to China to manufacture, and then will be shipped to your home with really no experience.
Doesn't matter. Hi, LK Monroe. I'm curious. So I'm someone who's looked at different learning platforms, LMS platforms, and really am interested in the potential customization of those kinds of tools. How would something like this help someone
What's
like
the
me?
tool? I didn't hear the word.
So several tools. I'm actually looking at building one now, but I don't want to get personal. So for a learning management tool that, it's a multi-billion-dollar industry in corporations, right? We want to train our employees. Most corporations are going to consultants who can help them build this kind of a tool or a platform. This could possibly help a corporation or somebody who wanted to build faster or in a more customized way, it seems like. And I just want to know how that might work.
Yeah, it's really can allow corporation to build anything. It could be things that they already do and just make it, Each one of these tools replace team of 5 to 10 engineers. And then for the moon rocket, it's basically 5 teams, and each team is 5 to 10 engineers. So that's 50 to 100 engineer in one tool. And then you reduce the amount of hours that you're deployed. You really need no experience. You just talk to it and tell it, I want to build this. And then you look at the results. So I don't like this. Can you change this? And then you just see the output, but you don't really need to have any experience. So you can deploy it anywhere.
So the 3 customers that you have, can you talk about the use cases that they are using it for?
Yeah. So
but like, are you charging like a monthly fee, or is it a project-based fee?
yeah, so we charge for enterprises $250K a year, and then it's based on monthly payments. Some enterprises like to pay it all at once because they have a certain type of contracts. It's a yearly contract. But that's the average standard charge. The use cases, we have 5 different use cases. We have a product that we created, and it's all engineering, but each agent that we sell is specialized in something kind of like one area of engineering, like electronics. This is one agent. We have it deployed at Tesla and Amazon. And then robotics and automation. So that one can like build Tesla production line with 50 robots. And then we have simulation, which is something we're selling to NVIDIA. So, and then we have mechanical engineering. So we have 2 simulation agents and a mechanical engineering.
I had a question in regards to, you said it was, voice. It just translated your voice and it was just designing it based on your inputs, correct?
Correct.
Do you see this capability being extended to people with significant physical disabilities?
To basically learn or basically built by voice?
Yes.
Yeah, so if they can speak, they can talk to it. But if they can't speak, so it has text and a voice. So you can type, if you can see, you can also input to it. And there's tools that you can deploy it on your computer for people with disabilities that allow them to use the computer, which allow them to use our platform. So this can scale to any type of disability.
Thank you.
All right, judges, give them a score. Will you pass, follow up, or take them to the deal lounge?
Follow up.
Follow up. We got to follow up.
I feel like my language is slightly different. This is definitely something I would recommend. Absolutely. So I guess that's a follow-up.
Okay, follow up.
For sure.
I think to the deal lounge.
Take them to the deal lounge. Everybody say, yeah! We got one going to the deal lounge. What about you?
I would follow up.
3 follow-ups in the deal lounge. Woo! Congratulations, Leo. All right, who's next?
Let me know if start or how do we essentially start?
Do you have a slide?
No, for me, I tried and it didn't work. So yeah.
Sounds good. Yeah. All right. So introduce yourself, what your company is, and then give them like 3 minutes.
Okay, got it. Let me know when the timer's ready. Got it. Okay. Thank you all, everyone. My name's Matt Gabriel. I'm the founder and CEO of Cypher Jobs. We're an early stage job tech startup looking to launch our product in June 2026. It's a AI-powered recruiting platform that will leverage information from various bureaus and to provide job seekers active intelligence on the field. My apologies, all on the jobs and fields they're working in, and help them help firms cut their time to hire and match with these jobs. Right now, we're a team of 7 people. And we started on this back earlier this year after considering the flaws in many existing platforms as far as to job fraud and ghost jobs that are wasting people's time. As of right now, it's estimated over 12 million people every day here in the United States search for a job. However, over 25 million people annually are caught by some form of job fraud, and this costs almost 500 million damages every year. For us, what we're looking to build is a platform that again, leverages AI to match jobs for match candidates with the jobs they're most looking for. Our plan is to launch within Bay Area, Dallas, and the DMV area by 2026 across mobile and web platforms. We're currently doing a raise of 1.5 million and are looking to partner with other companies who are interested in hiring through us and or partners. We recently partnered with LMS Learning out of Draper, Utah. Thank you. Question?
Yeah, you mentioned the problem of ghost jobs. My understanding of LLMs or AI is they take information and represent it to you in a way that's more organized and bite-sized. So how do you prevent the issue of ghost jobs with your platform?
So for us, we'll be, our plan is to have the agents like run, for us, it's kind of solved by like verification. So in our case, our first users, corporate users of the platform will be paying, and we'll be essentially inviting them on all like 90s Gmail, if any of y'all remember that. But essentially for everyone else, they'll be having to use government ID and other certificates to verify that they are who they are. And then we'll be running their job postings against the websites that they provide to make sure that they are not offering the same thing twice.
Thank you.
So, I heard that you're solving the problem of job fraud.
Yes.
Yes. And is it the problem where people are posting like, posting like other companies and posting jobs?
Yes, yes. We found that on many of the existing platforms like LinkedIn and Indeed, where people are actually impersonating companies, and by the time they report it, the personal information has been stolen. We're actually working on releasing like a white paper on this to come after, like we have a speech on the 20th that if any of you look us up on Luma, we'll be able to join and talk a little about that. But essentially what we want to do is to have more like use AI to not only leverage to kind of keep these actors out, but to also assist in kind of customer success like loop, so as to monitor their actions to make sure that anything that's suspicious, it's stayed out, and any users trying to spoof, they're going to get called out and kicked out of the platform right away.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Yeah. Two quick questions. The first one is, how many clients do you have so far?
As of right now, we're still in development, like hence the need for us. Like for us, our team of 7 is like working around the clock to kind of meet our deadline. How we arranged our partnership is through like some common like ed tech space of all things. Like for our partner learning, their specialty is LMS, and so for us as part of a share, we kind of help keep tracking. But we're as far as how many we're looking to acquire, we're looking to get at least 300 by year end, or 1,000 by year end 2026.
Everyone give it up for Mr. Matthew. All right. Now, judges, are we going to pass, follow up, or take them to the deal lounge?
It's a pass for me.
It's a pass for me.
I need to know more, so it's a follow up.
Ooh, got a follow up.
I'll do a follow-up too.
What? He has 2 follow-ups. Woo! Everybody give it up. All right, next. Yeah, do a quick, or do you need time to set up your? Yes. Do a quick introduction of who you are and go right into your pitch.
Hi, everyone. While this comes up, my name is Amish, and I'm the founder of a company called ConceptCraft. We started building an ideation platform, and as part of that, people found that our pitch deck creation was really mind blowing. So we created a platform for visualizing information. So Mindframes is the product from ConceptCraft, which basically will take in any information that you have and create visual artifacts from it. It could be slides, it could be TikTok video, it could be anything that, as you can see from here in Mindframe platform, PDFs, videos, lectures, anything that you want to consume, a research paper, right? It gets visualized into slides or any other format. And that's what I'm going to show you here. So in this case, for example, it's a simple interface, just like chat. You just chat away. It's agentic. So it'll figure out what you need to do. And for example, this was yesterday. I sent this to one of the Berkeley professors for their students, essentially, right? And then, as you can see, it built up the thing. And here you can create many, many different things from it, right? So you can create videos, you can create, everyday morning news thing, or your Slack connect to regular enterprise tools. Everything is built in MCP servers. Everything is built in so that you can consume information from various sources on a scheduled time or impromptu thing. And you can always chat with it. You can literally, this is probably the best, I don't want to exaggerate, but this is probably the best slide making tool or any other kind of tool that you can see right now. Like if I just said, for example, make title witty, right? And hopefully
15 seconds.
yeah. So we are, as you can see, the craziness, the amount of clarity, and these are actual charts, by the way. These are actual charts in the thing. So any visual information can be represented. We are just live yesterday, and we are excited to be part of that.
Have you heard of GenSpark?
Yes, we beat every single one of them handsomely. This maximum time, so for example, let's see this one. This one was made in 2 minutes, right? If you look at some of the other ones, you'll see, for example, let's see, on this one I might not have, but let's say this was my thing, right? 1 minute 20 seconds. This is let's take a look, and this is our slides. One shot. This is one shot. 1 minute. If you go, and we have different modes: fast, ultra fast, balanced, and best. So this is the balanced version, meaning a good mix of speed and stuff. So about 1.5 minutes. We generally get timing from 30 seconds to a minute. And if you go best, maybe 1.5 minutes. But you could literally throw in any research paper, 80 pages long, 90 pages long, doesn't really matter. In minutes, you will have this thing. You can try any other tool, including the one that I tried yesterday. We are keeping track of everything, and nothing's even close to it. So we are very excited to have
So your
this.
speed is your advantage.
Speed and the quality. Quality at different modes. You can tune it concise, detailed. This you can tune your audience. You can make it. You can you don't need to touch code. You just say it. I don't know whether. Let's see. Like this one. See, it just did it. It's literally in. I switched the thing, but this was probably done in 5 seconds. This was done in 5 seconds. You can say, hey, replace this face with a video. It'll do it. You can provide anything to it.
Abhishek, I have a couple of questions.
Yes.
PowerPoints are usually given by people with a lot of power, no points.
Right.
That's generally the unwritten rule.
And yep.
Having said that, we spend quite a bit of our time, and most execs spend the time in reviewing the PowerPoints and making one. So it's not the first iteration, the first version, but it is actually the several 20 versions that comes after it. So can you showcase or quickly explain how the iteration process can align to an exec's needs?
Just natural language. There is no other way to do it. Just tell it what you want, it will do it.
30 seconds.
Just tell it whatever you want. Natural language. I just said make this title witty, and it's done. I
How
want to
about
add
the
5
date?
more slides. I want to add this. I want to add more, pull it from Slack and do it this. So everything is integrated here. You can push it to Notion. You can push it to get data from anywhere, visualize it in here, and iterate. And everything is version controlled, so you can roll back. You don't like the version, delete slides, delete version. Everything is.
I like your enthusiasm.
but I like to see it in action in terms of how does it integrate with, say, Jira
absolutely.
or SAP. Yeah?
Absolutely,
I like to
absolutely.
see that part of
And
it.
one last thing, if once previously presentation was made for audience, okay, but now with the advent of AI, you can consume any knowledge for yourself. You would never make slides for yourself to consume information. But with AI, now you can consume a research paper. Within 5 minutes, you're now up to date. You go and talk to your colleagues, you look smart. Previously, that won't possible. Summaries are there, all things, but visual, a picture is worth 1,000 words. So
Good enthusiasm.
And everyone give it up for Amish.
All the best.
All right. Now, judges, will you pass, follow up, or take Amish to the deal lounge?
I need more. Sorry, my apologies. I came late, but I need more. But you are on the right track.
Follow up?
Yeah, follow up.
For me, it's a pass.
Follow up.
Follow up.
All right. Royal flush almost. All right. All right. And everyone give a round of applause to Preeti. Thank you for participating. She has to leave right now, but she's replaced by Professor PK.
Get a chance to get closer.
And Professor PK, can you please introduce yourself before we go into the next round?
My name is a bit of a tongue twister, so I go by PK. P for Peter, K for Kingmaker. I make money in capital markets and gamble it into startups. Quite a bit of that. I've done 6 exits so far. I'm a serial entrepreneur as well. I serve on multiple boards. I essentially connect dots, open doors, close deals between startups and large enterprises. And I wish you all the very best for those who are pitching. And for those who are watching, we'd like to catch up after the event. Thank you.
Awesome. And please introduce yourself, then go into your pitch.
Thank you for the host. Thank you, Judge, coming here. And I'm Teresa. I'm founder of Soluna Wellness. The company's name coming from Mu and Sun, which means the balance, also covering every hour of your wellness journey. We're a B2B health, SaaS platform company, and I will share something very personal and vulnerable to you today. Please don't share online. So my company, starting from my personal experiences, I'm a first-generation immigrant. I'm also a cancer survivor. The first year I came to the States, I was delayed diagnosis with stage 2 Hodgkin lymphoma. And before that, I feel very severe chest pain. I keep going to the hospitals, seeing different doctors. They gave me tons of tests. Everything come back fine. And until one day, my primary doctor called me saying, we found an orange-sized tumor inside your chest. And I'm going through the chemotherapy, self-marrow transplant, and I still had a good appetite, which helped me survive. And now I'm 3-year cancer-free. Thank you. So the problem we try to solve is very relevant to my personal experience. We have felt many chronic symptoms, but no one tell you what the root cause is. And that cost company tons of money. They spend 100 billion every year on their employee program, and only less than 10% of employees get engaged. So the market opportunity, you can see it's huge. While we have already validated the traction on the B2C side, we have tripled the average industry retention rate, and we are onboarding a top naturopathic clinic to get in the study, and we were selected to the Palo Alto annual health fair. So I will keep it short. I think it's not about what business we can build, it's why we are building the business. And I do see the huge potential here. Love to talk more. Thank you.
I'm wondering what your path to profitability is.
What's that?
Your path to profitability, if you've already reached that.
Yeah, sure. So our major revenue stream will be 4 different ways, which is the subscription, scan licensing, and marketplace and partner growth ship, like partnership. And that we already validate the the marketplace part, and we are going through more pilots to bring in enterprise clients.
So what would you say makes you stand out from similar companies who are offering these kind
Sure.
of benefits?
So as I mentioned, we are building an AI patent pending system, and we are the first and only one commercialize this tongue scan method, which is deeply rooted in my family's tradition. My family members still practicing Chinese medicine. They specialize in infertility issues, which is the most difficult cases in hormonal health. And we started from hormonal health and related to people have menstrual cramp, sleep disrupt, weight gain, perimenopause, and menopause. And that's a huge potential for us to going through all the revenue stream.
Healthcare system in the US is actually broken. It's an understatement of the century. So wellness is a very, very important space to be in. But how do you, the biggest challenge is outreach. So what is your go-to-market strategy and your unit economics of doing that?
Yeah, sure. So we are building our online presenting as a founder-led IP, and we are also working with clinical advisor, which bring in very rich network in the researching side. So that already can bring us to at least 1 million revenue in the profit share part. That's our go-to-market strategy, both online and offline. We will host more events in person. Love to chat more if someone here willing to collaborate.
Okay. But I'd like to still elaborate if you could, the outreach that to get to your subscription numbers and then the unit economics of getting there. What would be your cost of your first 100 customers?
Yeah, so our previous paying users are from US and Canada. We put zero in marketing efforts, all come word of mouth. And we see ourselves going further to bring in more like strong team members. And we see ourselves as Harvey in the wellness space. So we are not replacing doctors, clinics. We are helping them to bring their revenue and to get more satisfied customers.
Got it. RV.ai for legal is what you want to do it for.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Good job.
Thank you.
What do you guys think about Teresa? What do you think about Teresa's company? Woo. Awesome. Now let's take it to the judges. Judges, are we going to pass, follow up, or take it to the deal
Follow up.
All right.
Follow up.
I really liked how you put the numbers up there. You went into the breakout of the revenue streams. Definite follow-up.
It's a follow-up for me too.
Awesome. All 4 follow-ups. And who's next? All right. We have Eric Jones with Memberly. All right. All right. Sure. Let's see if it works on your phone. Introduce yourself and go into your picture. Oh, look at that. Ain't that something? Technology. Yeah. That's good enough. Yeah. Let me see. You should be able to use this.
If not, I can just swipe it real quick with my hand. What's good, everybody? I'm Eric Jones, known as Dr. Dapper on social media. Just moved here 3 months ago from LA. Back in LA, I built a really big events production company. So I built it to 50,000 attendees and members, generated over 2 million in food and beverage and ticketing revenue, got featured in the LA Times, became a top event producer on the Eventbrite platform, spoke at the summit, and started consulting other event producers. Made it to the peak of that, and I lost $50,000 on one event. And that was almost enough to put me out of business completely. And in that moment, I realized it wasn't the branding, the marketing, the community size, it was more so the revenue model was just outdated. So insert the problem. The events industry has a problem with the revenue model. We start from zero every time. We experience a lot of marketing burnout, and there's no way to build an ecosystem around our events right now. It's very fragmented. So insert Memberly. Memberly is a B2B2C subscription-based model that I introduced for event producers to sell subscriptions to their attendees versus selling one-off tickets. So instead of if you loved a rock band or something, they do events every other week. Instead of buying one-off tickets, you would get a subscription. You would go to all their events in that month for free, and we would give you perks for attending those events as well. So now it's a twofold situation. You get benefits and perks the event producer gets to see, they predict their revenue, the growth, and they get to also actually build an ecosystem around their events versus just throwing parties. Memberly intelligence is event aggregation, event planning, and event scoring. So I can go deeper into this, but essentially, if you're doing an event and you're trying to figure out what date is the best date, the biggest problem we experience is we don't know what kind of competition is in the area in that same vicinity, catering to the similar demographic, and that causes us to do events on days where we end up losing money because we didn't know that there was another rock event on that date. Tam Sam Sam, over $80 billion market by 2023 or by 2030. I mean, over $146 billion. My bad. Excuse me. Currently $80 billion. I expect it to grow more because of the desire for IRL. I'll go to revenue model, SaaS. So it's a freemium. I don't have the free model, but it'll be free up to 50 members. And then beyond that, it will grow. We'll grow with the event producers with a revenue share with them. You see the road to 61 million, XYZ, blah, blah. So yeah, I can go deeper on questions if y'all have questions, but that's me.
Last year, good pitch. Last year, I did invest into an event company. I'm just waiting for conversion.
I got you on conversion.
Yeah,
I can convert.
I got a bunch of paper money. But nevertheless, this space is very high on opportunity, very low on innovation, because pretty much everyone's doing very similar stuff. So the key is what differentiates you from anybody else in the marketplace.
Yeah, so my experience, as I've seen the people that actually lead these companies, they never really built a community of 50,000 people. They never really generated the amount of revenue I've generated in the event space. And then also I have some good, the go-to-market, we got like 1,000 event producers in our go-to-market. We'll start that with a cohort of 40 specific event producers. Amazon gave us funding to build out an MVP. So we'll go into another SOW with them next month. And then you think about industry experience. My co-founder and CTO, he works at AEG, and then one of our advisors also worked at Posh. So we got that go-to-market list. So our customer acquisition cost is a lot lower because of my experience, my network, my experience with Eventbrite and consulting event producers, as well as my advisors that have been in this space that have access to event producers, DJs, and culture curators as well. So we got and there's no competition when it pertains to ticketing. We're not a ticketing platform, we're a subscription. So we're not saying, hey, we'll pay you to come over to our platform. We'll say, hey, here's another model, test it out. So, and then later we plan to roll in ticketing, cut out ticketing fees completely because we'll have a model that can sustain us from subscription. And then that flips the industry on its head completely.
Yeah, that last bit that you said I thought was good, because my question was, while I understand what the point of innovation is, where you're different and you're positioned to function differently, I didn't understand, what the the exponential difference was going to be. So, okay, I can subscribe. What does that actually get me?
You want me to tell you? Or
well, if you can.
Okay,
yes,
cool.
go
So
ahead.
if you subscribe to my events company, I do 3 or 4 events a month. Usually the ticket price is $40 per event. Instead of paying that, you'll pay me $30 a month. I would give you perks. For example, a complimentary glass of champagne when you come to the event, bring a +1, skip the line, different things. So it adds this membership component to your events versus just saying, hey, what's your name?
LK.
LK. Hey, LK. Thanks for coming out, whatever it might be.
That's right.
LKPK. There we go.
There's some other
VIP guest
Ks I
list.
know here,
but that's it. Yeah. So subscription is different, and then our AI implementation is different as well. So.
And then the one quick add-on, sorry, other panel members. What right now I hear entertainment events, although I did see some of your partners that were outside of the entertainment industry. Could this be for any kind of event or convenience?
Very much so. Yeah. So just based on my network, I know events, I know nightlife, I know hospitality. So nobody's really building tools for those people specifically. So I'm catering to them because that's a market where I see a lot of nuanced tech being introduced, where we'll take legs out from under big companies like Eventbrite, Ticketmaster, XYZ. You start to see these niche companies that build for specific users. Shouts out. Appreciate you, Dwayne. Come on, man. Appreciate you.
All right. And Eric, I want you to connect with Roy Cornelius over there. He's one of Oakland's largest event organizers. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Awesome. And now, judges, what do you think about Eric's business? Will you pass, follow up, or?
Are they supposed to?
Take it to the deal lounge. Um, uh, Usually I look for these parameters like likability, lovability, resettability as far as relationships, and then investability and returnability, and then scalability, and then exponential ROI-ability. So you are extremely likable, lovable. I just need to find out whether you're resettable from a relationship point of view. Things don't go well because I'm facing a similar challenge with another investment. So for that reason, I need to check with them before I make another investment in the event space. But extremely likable, lovable. Yeah.
Is that take it to the
Good
deal
strong,
lounge?
good strong team. No, I'm going to pass this time.
Okay.
For now.
Yeah, for me, it's a follow-up, definitely as someone who's put together a lot of events. So
It's a follow-up for me. I just need a little bit more information, understanding, the difference in the price points, deliverability, scaling out, all that. So
I would also follow up. I'd be interested to learn more.
Awesome. Awesome. All right. Congratulations. All right. Who's next?
nice job.
good job. Good job. Good job.
All right. You have your own presentation? Sounds good. I guess this is is that iPhone? Yeah. Is that Android or iPhone? iPhone. It should work. Is it the new one? Or the old one? It's not gonna work for the old one. Yeah, I don't think so. You can email it.
Yeah, I'd love to know more about how you got to do what you're doing. We did this last time, and I think we somehow didn't get through it. Yeah. We did, but I never. Yeah, I don't think I ever got yeah.
Okay.
We all have our codes up. I can scan your. Okay, wait. I've got it.
Oh, fellow doctor. Hello.
You got me already.
All right, just hit your connect.
All right, there we go.
Yes.
Okay, I don't think I have you yet.
Okay, my name is Anthony DeKirk. I'm the CEO of Slacky, who develops a cybersecurity software infrastructure for a $60 billion market in real estate data and user security. Our data APIs allow property owners, private organizations, and the industry to deploy private property or private data as enterprise-grade AI data libraries. Our access management AI autonomously provides autonomous access and exchange of data between diverse users, fragmented technologies, and data distributed throughout the industry. The revenue model is based on unit sales tied to subscriptions, annual subscriptions. We'll be able to add data rates at a later time. And our initial beachhead in 2 of the 8 industry sectors can scale across all 8 with an additional entry into blockchain as a government service. Can you hear me okay? Or did you hear me okay?
Sort of, but I don't think everyone else could.
Okay. If you have any questions, I can take it from there unless you want to go through the slides.
I have questions though. Why is real estate? There are a lot of identity providers out there, identity access management solutions out there. But why is the real estate industry different, and why are you different?
I'll show you as soon as I learn how to operate this thing. Where's your page down? Okay, there we go. The question was again, real quick.
There are a lot of sellers and buyers in this marketplace at this point in time, with a lot of identity providers out there. Even including cloud providers do offer identity management. Why are you different? Why is your company different, and why are you best equipped to address this identity?
The real estate industry is diverse and fragmented. So as we see here, each of these sectors need access to data at some point somewhere, and the data is different at each level. What the current prop tech addresses today is in isolated ecosystems, usually down in the lower left-hand corner there, at the real estate level. They deal with public data on the most part, but if you look at someone like RealPage, they were commingling client price data to fixed market prices, and they got in trouble for it. Our data is really beyond the left side and up to the left, where we're providing all of that private data, which is currently considered inconsequential, or it's air-gapped. We're providing that data, or providing access to that data, so the rest of the industry ecosystem can flourish and use AI.
I have a question for you. So I'm in the real estate industry, and I've
Okay.
worked with someone on a similar project. So who do you consider your competitors in this field? Is it like Redfin, Zillow?
Not necessarily. These, like again, these are private or isolated ecosystems. We're more of a complement to them, rather than. Have you read the article on Wired about AI hallucinating in the MLS?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so
I've written a paper on that recently, last week, published on AI hallucination, how to stabilize it. But real estate space, why is it different? Why prop tech different? Why can't we use any technology, any identity provider for this ecosystem?
well, right now, prop tech is based more towards the real estate section. This building is has its own AI data library. That prop tech that we're all been hearing about for the last 5 or 7 years doesn't do anything with this information, the lights, the amount of electricity, things like that.
Can you share briefly what is the problem, the solution, and the customer?
The problem is the fragmentation, the lack of data, access to data, and really the presence of data, deep data on the property is part of the problems.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
All right. Everyone give a hand to Alan, right? Anthony. Everyone give a hand to Anthony. And let's go to the judges. Judges, are we going to pass, follow up, or take them to the deal lounge?
My father is a builder. I'm trying to see how I can communicate that to him. That's my challenge. So for that, I have to pass for now.
I think for me, it's a pass on this one too.
For me, I'd need some more information on this, so it would be a follow-up for me.
I'm going to be a little pretentious here. You can follow up with me, but as of right now, I don't see how it can be helpful to this, so it's a pass for now. But you can email me, and if it intrigues, I'll follow up.
All right.
All the best.
All the best. All right. Everyone, welcome Darla Brown. Darla Brown, what are we going to talk about today?
Hello, everybody. My name is Darla Brown. I'm the founder of VeraScript. VeraScript is an AI real-time medical billing supported platform. Right now, and I told friends in the hospital that work in the hospital, as of November, things are getting tough, and it is getting tough because of the tariffs and then all the Medi-Cal and insurance cut. My situation is going to be real time on the supply chain, which is $250 billion lost every year. Before I became a React and React Native developer, I used to work in a hospital, and one of my areas I worked as a financial counselor. This should have been a bulldog face on here because the insurance companies did not like me because I went after them. And I'm taking that same energy to build this platform, not only just for real time. You got it. Oh, okay. Not just real time. Let me go to the other one. But also to support it legally. With part of the this loss of funds is the insurance denial. My platform not only does the real time with the supply chain, but it supports with the legal documentation they need for appeal process, so they can recoup the money that they spent. A lot of money. They spent over $25 billion trying to fight these cases. Sometimes they win, sometimes they lose. But you know, at the end of the day, it's the patient who loses because they wind up spending, paying for all this denial claims, saying it's part of the bill.
Thank you.
Couple of suggestions.
Sure.
Zimmer Biomed is my customer. You might want to, is there an I after B? It says Bloomit. You might want to look at that. And then replacement, DP replacement is REPLAC. So you got to want to be very careful with your deck. Yeah,
This
it
is
says
just an example of the document. We
Yeah.
still have to go through an attorney to create this legal package.
Got it. Left hip replacement. It says replace something else. Okay, God, be careful with these slides. It's a great space to be in. You have AI-powered appeal automation. Why would somebody have to go through Darla's solution than existing medical claim automation solutions, claim processing? Why would
Because they do not solve the problem. It's still $25 billion money lost. And I had there's probably one person here has some medical problems that have to deal with the billing, extra billing costs. It's always in the media and in the news behind the billing. It's a big, and then I have speak to a lot of my friends are nurses. Things are getting tightened up really in that hospital, really behind those tariffs and that insurance cut.
Very true. There's a lot of challenges in the system. Yeah.
I just want to be clear. Who are your customers?
The healthcare and the patients.
So both.
Yes.
Healthcare providers, so hospitals, clinics, things like that.
Yes.
And then patients can reach out to you directly?
No. It's to
patients
protect the
through the-
patients.
Got it.
From the insurance claims, because the hospitals usually take a write-off, but they're not going to do that no more. That's going to be dumped on the patients.
Okay, so clinics, providers are your customer to protect the patient. Did I get that right?
Patients and the hospitals get paid.
Okay.
All right.
Just to articulate a little bit. Now, insurance companies are using AI to deny claims. They're trying to do the antidote for that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have current customers?
The hospital I used to work at, they're going to let me launch there.
Okay.
And then with that hospital, some of the doctors I know there, they work at UC San Francisco. So once this is a success, they'll branch me out to the other hospitals.
So how many people would you, how many parties would you say are interested?
So far, I didn't reach out to nobody because this is something that has not been done in a hospital yet before. So I want to make sure that the hospital I'm working with, that everything's run smoothly, especially with the legal claims.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right, everybody, give a round of applause to Darla. All right, and I'm going to add a different part of it. Let's get some audience participation. Audience, are you going to pass, follow up, or do you want the judges to take her to the deal lounge? Oh, they want the deal lounge. Put a little pressure on the judges.
I think this audience
All
is
right.
stacked. I do.
All right.
They all love you, Darla.
All
They
right.
all love you. We love you too. I would definitely ask you to follow up maybe a month or two from now. I want to see more traction. And this is an important space because insurance companies have had their way for way too long. And if you can solve that problem of claim management and automate it and use AI for that good reason, I think that's a very big win.
And also I started the provision patent for the microphone that's going to be used in OR too.
Congratulations.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I really agree that this is a really important area. It's not my area of expertise, so I'm going to pass, but I'm glad to know that others are following up.
So this is just on the medical billing side. It's not on the approval side, right? For like claims, correct?
It's going to support the claims,
Okay. All right.
especially with the supply chains. I'm working with the supply chains, so that's most of the money's lost.
Okay. I would need more follow-up. Thank you.
I agree with PK and LK. It's a very important space. I'm glad you're working out of your expertise, but because it's not my expertise, I'll pass.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome. All right, George, you're up.
Good job. Okay. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
All right. Raise your hand if you like sushi. Raise your hand if you like data. I like data a lot. So I'm George. I'm CEO and technical co-founder at Sushi Data. And we are a competitive data oracle. I'm going to show you guys right now. Just give me a moment. Cool. So Sushi Data is an agentic go-to-market intelligence oracle. There's a lot of data out there on the web. Internal data, external data, website data. We unify all of that into a Sushi Data space. We organize it, and then we let you visualize it and ask it questions per row, per table. It's essentially a smart sheet. And I'll show you guys what that looks like right now. But the problem is that it's so hard to do competitive intelligence work by hand. And actually, this company over here, Grow and Scale, they work with Slack and Microsoft. They charge those companies between $6,000 to $16,000 a month to do this by hand. And the only reason preventing Grow and Scale from growing, ironically, is having to do this by hand. So we signed a contract with them, $2,000 per client, and now we're enabling them to a much faster and efficient way of understanding your go-to-market landscape. And I'll show you a demo right in this instant. So how it works is you sign up for Sushi Data, and you can tell it about you. You can tell it who you are and your competitors. It's going to find your website as well as all the websites of your competitors. Then it's going to give you a list, kind of like what you're seeing on the left. Then you can select all of those competitors as well as the categories of importance. It could be pricing and plans, or maybe who they hire, or maybe the features. All you're doing at this point, the moment you sign up, is just selecting. And ultimately, you get something like this. That is the Sushi Data data sheet, and you see every single company in your competitive landscape like this. A lot of data out there giving you answers of whether Thunderbit supports free tier, and the evidence is verbatim on there. You can look into details. That's Sushi Data. It's a go-to-market tool. Thank you.
This still looks pretty complicated. Take me a while to crawl through. So is there a way to visualize this more easily?
Yeah, so you don't have to select all of these competitors, for example, right? You could simply just go back, select Apify and Bright Data side by side, look at their pricing, and make that table, and it's just going to be a 2-column. And then you shift the focus. So we let you essentially compose these sheets. we're a data oracle, meaning that we already found this data for you, or at least that's the goal, right? And we've organized it for you, categorized it for you, sentiment and everything, the whole shebang. And all you have to do is come into social data, select who you are and who you care about, and get something like this. And yeah, it will load summary of what the AI thinks. And now something really important is that each cell is an AI agent. Each cell is an AI agent that goes out and finds information for you. And now we're going a little bit into the future here. If I clicked on this, what if you saw a monitor being used by that specific AI, right? Doing a more complex task. I envision a world in which, you can essentially orchestrate an AI workforce in a format like this one. So just to give you a little bit more context of where this is evolving.
So based off of this data, does it provide me any insights about how I can gain a competitive advantage or where there might be a gap in the market?
Absolutely. So you can go ahead and say, give me a breakdown. And the AI would use the context of both of these competitors and give me a breakdown side by side of both of the data that it knows about them. But if you have something more specific, like I want to know about their free tier, you can say like how much or what are the details. And now you're asking that question across those two competitors in one go. Doing pricing alone is extremely hard and complicated for a human because they have to navigate calculators, et cetera. But now that AI is here, we can control those and feed that back to us.
What's your MRR, ARR,
Yeah.
NPS, and your moat?
Okay, sure. Well, the moat is really the hard to get to data. That's Gong transcripts, right? So we actually, Angela Lyles is a competitive intelligence head at Gong. She's working with us. But that's most of our moat is the data that you connect from that's really hard to get to. MRR, Crypto.com is paying us, Cloudflare is paying us, Grow and Scale is paying us. They signed that contract, $2,000 per head or per company, I guess. And Appify just went on a pilot with us. It's extremely easy to convert those people once they see their own data in this format. So that's a really big push of our go-to-market motion.
Numbers, I saw paying, but I didn't hear any numbers.
Yeah, so it would be $6,000 in MRR. $6,000 in MRR. Yeah, correct. Okay.
Audience, what do you guys think? What do you think the judges should do? Deal Lounge. Raise your hand if you want the judges to pass. Raise your hands if you want the judges to follow up. Raise your hands if you want the judges to take them to the Deal Lounge. All right. It's a lot of pressure, judges.
I'll take them to the Deal Lounge like this.
Woo! We got another one!
I affirm his decision.
What? 2 Deal Lounges?
No. I said I affirm his decision.
Oh.
To take him to the Deal Lounge. I'm going to use my vote to make a comment as well. This is just go-to-market strategy. That's the lane for this data. Okay.
It's go-to-market, but it's clearly expanding to really other really interesting use cases.
Is it clearly expanding?
What was that?
I mean, do you have a plan to expand it?
It's not clearly, it's just showing a tip of the iceberg. I'm more interested in what's in the bottom of the.
Yeah. Okay. For me, it's a follow-up. Definitely want to know more.
For me, it's a follow-up.
I'd like to follow up too. I would love to learn more about where you're capturing the data, obviously the websites, but I think I'm going to need more actionable insights to follow up. Yeah.
So in this market,
Awesome.
somebody's paying you $6 grand. I'd like to have the discussion in the deal room.
Yeah, it's super exciting for sure.
Awesome.
Congrats.
How many more we got left? 1, 2, or 3? Is that 3? All right. You guys be in a line, please. All right.
How you guys doing? My name's Kimani.
Don't start
Okay. Actually, before we do that, I need to do something real quick.
That stand is pretty fancy. It's pretty fancy. That stand.
It's nice at
Stand, but I'm
360
also
degrees,
scared
yeah.
about the laptops. Yeah.
Thank you.
As soon as you start talking, I'll start.
Ominous. Yeah.
Your computer froze.
You want to move further down? I don't want to.
Yeah.
Exactly. You don't want one more patient in the system.
And I'm gonna have to reach out to the medical.
Medical, yeah.
Oh, thank you.
If you guys want to kind of move over there so you can see better, if that works. Ready? Oh, cool. All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Kimani. I'm the founder of the Society, and the Society focuses on industries that are dormant in technology, and we revolutionize them. One thing that we do specifically in the Society is we like to party, because that's where energy, culture, and community really comes together at. Nightlife is core of concept, and we've been doing it since we created our first fire and danced around it, and we're still doing it now. But one thing that we look closer about this industry is that there's so many problems with it. One of the things is manual IDs, manual ID checks. Fake IDs has been a thing since the 1980s and it's still a thing now, costing venues up to $2 billion a year. Fragmented loyalty, people are loyal to bartenders, not venues. So once your favorite bartender leaves, so does that customer. There's a big data void in nightlife. Venues actually have no data retention at all on any of their customers. And there's a big efficient discovery. Even now, if you want to even try to find a vibe to go out, you can think of a song for Spotify, Uber for catch a ride, Netflix for movies, but what do you use to go out? It's empty. So we decided to restructure the entire nightlife industry and add color to that, making every night out seamless, connected, and data intelligent. The way we do that is we actually pre-verify identification. We organize vet organizers to venues and vice versa. We use the psychology of color and AI to match your mood to the right venue, and we reward you for going out. Now, what we're truly creating is we're putting users, venues, and organizers to one seamless platform and letting AI learn from all their interactions, making every interaction in nightlife data more intelligent and to train our model for a better user experience. Now, nightlife has spectrums. We understand that. Not every night you're going to be doing the same thing. Some nights you're feeling bold. Sometimes, you want a little moody setting, nice girls night out. And every now and then you want to. We all know what that is. So, and color understands that. It's your mood, your vibe, your color. Our model is super simple. We charge venue to be on our platform. They pay a monthly fee. And you can actually subscribe to be on color and become VIP at every single venue in every single city. We're raising $500K for our initial safe round. We already have an $80K commitment. And while we're confident in this raise well, that's it.
Thank you.
Excellent
Thank you.
pitch. Excellent pitch. Lovely. I loved it.
Thank you.
Yeah, really good job. One of the questions I had when you started out, just that being able to visualize, there are a lot of industries that are not utilizing technology or are not automating particular things. And I thought of a whole bunch of different industries. This is showing our age difference. But just something I would think about if you haven't already is expand this, because I actually think that there are a whole lot of industries that could benefit from, we haven't thought about technology and they need to, and this is a really interesting application.
Yes, there's a lot of verticals that we're doing with color, with nightlife, like actually the beverage industry and the we're actually working closely with Tesla as well to make sure that we're integrated into their vehicles so you can start your vibe from your car. Should I talk more? Or
I'm very tempted to say deal room. Um, this is a great space. I'm not much of a nightlife guy, but as I see the business behind it, so I'm looking at margin, value, volume, velocity. Then the next generation would need something like this. So yeah, why not? In between follow up and deal room, I'm in that space.
AB.
It's yeah. Let's get on a deal room.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Sounds like a follow-up plus. You haven't called the question yet, but are you over audience participation? Is that what's happened here? Oh, okay. Sorry, we're still Q&A.
You're a little too early, PK.
No, it's a very likable, lovable personality. I like your energy. That's
Aw, thank you.
clarity. Your ask is clear. I'm not able to find any fault. I would still like to understand the unit economics. If a nightlife and if a club reaches out to you and says, "Hey, can you use the power of AI to make my business stand out?" Or
Yeah.
what would that be? What would the one single line value proposition?
Yeah, so it's more than that. But we actually provide data for the venues, and they're actually able to understand what every venue is doing in their city. So they're not blacked out. They actually, it's a shared network, so they can understand what insights is going on within their city, besides having to guess.
I wasn't convinced with the answer, so follow up.
Yeah, for me, it would be the follow-up with that one aspect that I asked a question about. When you get to a point where you want to expand to other industries, this is not my expertise. So I think it's a great idea. I enjoyed your pitch.
Yes, just to on the back of hers, yes, I did enjoy your presentation. Very well put together. I've worked with someone who worked as a DJ space, trying to do it like different, like have a DJ on your phone remotely. But I like your concept. I would definitely follow up.
Thank you.
It's a pass for me.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Audience says deal.
That's a surprise.
Get them.
I
A very nice presentation. I really very memorable. Good job. Your bag. Okay.
All right. Hello. All right. Please introduce yourself and what you're working on.
Hello everyone, I'm Akshay. I handle the technical aspect of LoadGuard. We are Project LoadGuard. We are born out of my CEO's family's
Closer.
issues of like, they had a smuggling issue in their containers. They are one of the biggest banana importers into Albania. And so we started looking for solutions to like actively mitigate liabilities, as we say in this supply chain, because it is very much based on relationship and how much they're active in the business. Because if they are not in the business for a couple of months, they lose a lot of running relationships in this business. And so as we started, this is our first primary market, which is Latin America bananas, because that is where most of our backers are there. So our customer is paying for us to develop this product. And we are partnering up with Philadelphia, Port of Philly. My CEO has a working relationship with the family. And also since MSC is actively interested in our product, just because it gives them a lot more visibility into the product so that they can get their liability out of the chain. Since it has a lot of bureaucracies involved, okay, I'll wait for him to take the picture and I'll move on to the next thing. Okay. So this is roughly speaking the volumes that is happening in export imports across the world. Although we have more than 80% volume in the containers, less than 2% are actually screened for anything that is going wrong, which means that all the illegal activities can happen in that 2%. And by the bureaucracy law, only US can enforce any rule when it lands here. So we alert people before it lands here by actively monitoring with our hardware, which is something like this. This is an edge device that sits on the container. It tries to connect with the networks as much as possible because it is sea time, maritime environment. We are working with partners to like actively solve this maritime network issues. And yeah, we have like a cloud agent that sits and absorbs the signals that this sends in real time and take actions and alert authorities before it has landed on the ship so that no one pays fines.
What's the cost of this unit?
So as of now, it costs $200 if you want to build, but this is not one-time investment. It is more like a rental. So you just rent it for your duration of use. So we charge like $70 per shipping duration. That's 8 weeks, and we have a logistic partner who ship it back to us. We bring it back, clean it up, and put it back into the containers.
What do you mean by clean it up?
Like it is in it is in sea, so there is some salt deposits. We have some chemosensors. We have to make sure that they're calibrated and working well before they're like out
So
in the
this
sea.
goes inside the container,
Yeah,
or
it is inside
outs-
the container.
inside the container?
Yeah.
Okay. Just one last question. Do you know who actually created this container? Who invented containers?
No.
There's a guy by the name Malcolm McLean, an American. He actually put America on the global map. A lot of people don't know that. He's the one who basically made America rich in a way. One of the silent success story. Malcolm McLean.
But like to add to that, we have studied a lot about how containers are, just because we need to like work around this device, especially electromagnetic like interference, since it's a Faraday cage effectively.
Yeah.
So we've worked a lot into making it sensing.
Does it work on a 60 feet, 20 feet, 40 feet?
All of them.
All of them.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Excellent. Excellent.
So does this go inside the container or on the
Yeah,
outside?
It sits inside the container, on like very close to the door. It's hanging on between the door and the container.
Okay, and then so what is the notification specifically?
So it says what is the kind of signature in the container. So if you have a specific product in the container, it has a specific signature. So if you have banana, it has a specific signature after 3 days, after 6 days. And if it doesn't align with that signature, it says, okay, there is something wrong. So it just means it has multiple things that it can go wrong.
Something went wrong. He basically is in the business of data acquisition and anomaly detection.
Yeah. So like we can detect multiple parameters of it. Like we also like we can say if it is because of some biological activity, if it is non-biological activity, or if it just because it's ripened. So we can at least state so much of that just with this.
Or even somebody opened the door.
Yeah, that is always there. That's the tampering and alerting is always there. But on top of that, we just observe what's happening in terms of
I've delivered a
composition.
solution for on this as well from door to door, but like to understand, like definitely have to have a discussion, follow up. Yeah.
My quick question was, and I'm sorry, I came in late, but at what point does this, you may have already answered this, does this get inserted into the container?
So as of now, it is once like, okay. So as of now, my people who pay me are aggregators. So they're like consultants for import export. So they basically buy products, ship it to someone who's like willing to buy it somewhere else. So it is they who pay it. So it is installed at their lot. Still it's out on the country that it's receiving, so that he's like, it is clean on my end. So I have no liability. So if there is any issues, it's not me, it's someone else.
So it gets shipped
Yeah.
and then it gets picked up at the other end?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So we do have working partnership with DHL as of now. So they do like collect it in bulk and ship it back.
I see. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any more questions?
All right, everyone, give them a round of applause.
Thank you.
Good job.
All right, audience, what do you vote? Do we should the judges pass, follow up, or take them to the deal lounge? We got a lot of deal lounges, judges, a lot of pressure.
I'm tempted to say yes, but I'll follow up. I know the space pretty inside out. $70 is a lot of money. The unit economics is hurting.
So I would love to like discuss a little bit more on this, like if I can connect with you.
Yeah, sure. Definitely, most definitely, yes.
So sounds like you're putting drug sniffing dogs out of business, right? Yeah.
Like one of our advisors does that for living.
But for me, it's a pass only because this is not my area of expertise, but I think you did a really good job.
This would be a follow-up for me. I do have additional I'm still trying to absorb some of this, and I kind of think like some of it can be impacted by people managing the data. You know, it can be easily manipulated. So you can put all the safeguards, but at the end result, then people can go around it somehow.
I appreciated chatting with you earlier, and you mentioned the potential for this to be able to identify human smuggling, and that's an issue close to my heart. And so I would love to follow up with you.
Thank you so much.
Take them.
Just to add to all of your points, like there's so much more to what I presented here.
Yeah.
It is more of a strategic game than like technology game, which I would like to.
If you open for another pivot, especially on senior citizens, quite a bit of senior citizens fall, and we have an aging population. And if you can have their rooms, monitor them, because it will make their children at peace, whether if they're falling or they're showing tendency of fall. If you detect that, that's an area I have like 14 hospitals waiting to.
I know someone who does that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to say that, like,
We have a quick question from the audience.
primary backers are customers, so they're like they force us.
Therefore, yeah, I understand. Yeah.
But I know companies which work in that space. Right? We do work with them for some of us.
Just a question from me. You mentioned it can fit into 40 or 20 feet container. Does the device work according to the size of the container, or you have to put one device to capture everything that is in the container?
So one device can work across all the containers. So the reason why it can work is this, that in the 8 weeks of time, there is a pattern of signature that has to come chemically for it to like say that it can pass inspections. Sorry about that. Let me just repeat that. So it can fit into all sizes of containers, just because that every container has certain ppms of chemicals present in its air as a composition. So 40 feet might differ different from 20 feet. The concentrations might be a little different, but it still has that signature which is traceable. So that way this can be like fit into all the kinds of containers, and also all kinds of goods like reefers, dry goods, anything can be used for this.
So if you're using one unit for 40 feet,
It-
20 feet,
yeah.
you're using one unit for 40 feet.
All right, guys, we got to wrap up. You guys can have a side conversation.
I just like-
Jenny, come on up.
you.
I have to go.
Yeah, I do too. Is she the last one?
Yeah, she's the last one.
Yeah.
Kish.
Way over time.
Okay, feel free. Okay. Take a picture so you can scan them one by one afterwards. And also raise your hand if you like a good buffet. Okay, good. My name is Jenny Ran. Today I'm presenting to you why buffet. We Asians love buffet. Buffet is where all the food presented clearly, and you don't have to wait forever for servers to come to your table. That's the efficiency. We Asians love that too. Nowadays, in the startup world, all three stakeholders, founders, investors, service providers are spending way too much time trying to find each other. And it's not just about trying to find each other, it's about building the trust. How can we solve that? Well, tell me a website that's designed more clearly than Craigslist or TikTok. People are giving others, strangers, gifts for free. That's the trust we need. How can we do that in the startup world? Showcases for founders to showcase their business, their team, or their dogs. What if the investor like your dog? And then community, that's where you find your service providers. Just display your digital business cards there. And then solutions, meal plans, where founders got eat too, or business card printing, or consulting for legal, marketing, business. Everything on one platform. And then let's look at some numbers. Our TAM is 250 billion, and then our sum for year 3 is up to 100 million. Why now? Because everybody in San Francisco is a founder. Everybody's building AI, and AI made it so easy right now for everybody to start building something. And then our business model, we only make money from people who are making money on White Buffet. So if you're an investor, you are making money, we take half of the angel list cut. If you are a service provider, you want premium listing, then we charge you for a fee. for builders and the providers to get onto the platform, that's totally free. Our go-to-market strategy, we're gonna go to our channels to do the marketing. And funny enough, I was a stand-up comedian, so I'm kind of familiar with all the digital marketing platforms here. And then that's me and my co-founder, Bartos. We're both technical founders. Thank you.
Good energy.
Thank you.
We packed a lot of stuff. I like stand-up comedians, likability and all that. But tell me, where's the money? Where is the money?
So mostly it's.
I'm also Asian.
Hmm?
I'm.
Oh, you're
I'm
also
Asian.
Asian. So you like buffet too?
Yeah, I like buffet
Okay.
too.
So the money is mostly from the investors and service providers paying us. So angelists, they take 5% of the gains investors are making from investing. So we only take half of that. And then for providers, they join for free. But if they want premium listing or they want to post more of their products, we charge more for that. And then for builders, they're building something too. So eventually when they start selling their products on their platform, that's when we start charging them too. But if they're just looking for service on our platform, that's free.
Are you on revenue right now?
Mm.
Do you
Oh,
have any
wait. We're pretty new. We started 1 month ago. We're at pre-seed. We're raising for our pre-seed right now, but we have a demo ready. That's White Buffet. And right now we have our waiting list up like 1.5 weeks ago, and right now we have like 20 people on our waiting list and Discord channel. And I have talked to like around like 20 founders too. They are all just waiting for us to launch. We plan to launch our beta version within 2 months.
Awesome.
Okay. I'm going to admit I'm struggling to understand exactly how this functions. And I understand we have a really short amount of time and it may be more complex than time allows, but is it kind of like a matchmaking service in some ways? What would you say the goal is for someone who's on your waiting list? Why are they excited about signing up with your platform?
Because it's organic. It's an organic buffet. We want to make the connections organic. So it's like a buffet. Everybody can come in, can sit down, and then they find each other. You know, if they see each other's interesting, they go up to talk to them.
So for example, this is kind of like a virtual co-working space where you can find people who are interested in what you're interested in and help make those connections to hopefully build their business.
So you make friends in co-working space, right? But if you want to find your business partners, you want to know like what they're doing. Are they going to be useful to you, their service themselves? So that's why we have the digital business card in the community. So
it's like a profile.
Yeah, they show what they do and also their availability. So you don't have to reach out to everybody, ask if they're available. Let's set up a meeting. You can just say they're available. Let's book an appointment right away.
Is this like a WeWork with the whole like?
Yeah, a digital version of WeWork. It's Craigslist.
It's Craigslist, TikTok, LinkedIn plus Calendly.
Yeah, we take all the good parts, put them together on one platform.
Got it? You can calendar, you can LinkedIn, you can TikTok. That's a lot of buffet.
Yeah, buffet.
Needs a lot to eat here.
Yeah.
Okay. So, audience, what do you think the judges should do? Should they pass, follow up, or take her to the deal lounge?
That's a lot of pressure.
A lot of pressure. So judges, audience thinks you should
I
take
just
her to
1
the deal
month
lounge.
old, so I want to see the baby grow, and so for that reason, definitely follow up next year. And next year is not that too far, right?
He's who you need. It's a pass for me, but
I think it's a follow-up. It's interesting concept.
Yeah, it's interesting to me too as well. So I'd like to follow up.
Quick question, Peter, have you passed on anything today?
I did.
Okay. All right. Yo, Peter's the guy for you guys to talk to. He's not going to pass on any of you. All right. Do we have any more? Is that all the startups? All right, we got one more. All right. One more
I
startup.
have to go. I do.
They need to go. They need to go.
Oh, you guys are done?
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you, though.
All right. Cool. Everyone, give a round of applause to our judges. Woo, thank you, judges. Held them captive for an hour and a half. We appreciate you guys. And everyone, please check out my startup, Medallion XLN. Helps you to own, manage, and distribute your data. Follow up with me for more. And also subscribe to Medallion XLN events on Luma so we can get more of these Shark Tank deal lounges.
All right. Once again, my name is Dayanne Campbell, Dwayne Campbell's wife. Again, it is Medallion Excellent is our startup. Medallion Excellent. Hello, Professor. I love you. Thank you so much. Medallion Excellent. We are all over. We are on Instagram. We are on TikTok. We're on Facebook. We're on every social media platform. Medallion, MEDALLION XLN. With CEO Dwayne Campbell. Thank you so much for supporting our events under Medallion Excellent. Thank you for your support, and we hope to see you on our next events coming soon.
All praises to God. Give God the glory. Amen.
Guys, let's take a picture. Let's all take a picture here over there. Everyone, let's take a picture. Let's go on that side to take a picture, please. My friends, squeeze in, squeeze in. Yeah, there's a picture here. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. A little bit more on the side. For hours. Ariel. Squeeze, 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 squeeze. Over here, we got squeeze more. Squeeze like you mean it. Oh, hell yeah. Get in there. Ariel, 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. To the deal lounge. Let's go. To the deal lounge. Send him to the deal lounge. Good job.
Nice to see you. Like today's like normally have like whole day that's we haven't started it just on oh yeah.
Here's our connection. We ran it. He was a soul and never in like 30 years. So we ran one in his that he was the primary board. That's how it's social emotional learning. I found out basketball coaches, they were security guards, and we stipend and often evicted them. They were in the school after school, taking kids, 1.5, 1.2 GPA averages on the platform, and moving to and then trying our best, slower, trying to get to changing up. And coach. So here's the thing. Are you gonna be part of this? Semester over semester, we're tracking the grade.
I'm changing it Christmas to look like this.
I'm okay, I'll be here if I do.
Yeah. Okay, now, what you do, man?
Yeah, I'm about to watch the show right now.
And you got it. Oh, that's right. You got it too. It's probably coming, but I don't remember it. You gave it to me, right? Okay, good. So, the phone number wasn't on that. You went back and got the phone number. Yeah. Right? Okay. That's great. How many people are we reaching? I do the whole thing. Yes. That's how I'm doing R&D. Yeah, so that's probably as well. Let's collaborate. Let's partner up. I want to make sure you make money as well as I make money. Okay, that's a good business rate. Right? Win-win, right? All right, everybody. Take care. Come on. Okay, tonight.
Well, NFL season is Super Bowl. What?
No, but I told those people. I'm not doing nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be the pioneer. That would be just be yeah, I'll let you think. Okay, bro. See you later. All right. Bye. Nice to meet you. Okay, wait. You want to go with Tanner? He wants to go home with you. See? Baby, I need help. This is pretty heavy. Super heavy. Super heavy. Super, super duper heavy, babe. Are you gonna come with me to the kitchen?
Yeah, okay. Maybe we're with the whole round, or maybe we're with part of the round. Okay, got it. That makes sense. I've always wondered, like, you guys give money. It's not like you're paying for it also. If you're a founder, you get some money, you get like that would be we already got our a little bit more. So they can pick us up and go. Hey everyone, you guys are free to hang out till like 4:30, which is in 15 minutes. Okay. After 4:30, they're gonna kick me out. Yeah, I know. So that will begin like just like this. No, I'm not saying I'm getting out of the how you also like yeah, it's like something like you know, I was an issue. As a kid, you have all these ambitions, and like you grow up like and then money gets not really yeah. When you get to a point where like now you can buy like there it is. I'll get money with you money get okay, now we're so there. And now you get out of that bubble of Would you change the position of this order? What did you see? There we go. We found that one. The other one.
Yeah, we have. That's specific URLs, like sources, you know. Yeah, hey, pleasure meeting you, man. Thank you. I'll see you around.
I haven't seen you yet. I want to talk to you. Happy Friday. It is. It's all of us. I used to think that too, like when I was younger, there's so many crazy people.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I'll see you next time. Okay, bye.
Yes, we did. Okay, you guys are great. It's like. The powers that have been used,
gonna be peaceful. It's like, I could, I mean, I do want to travel around the world. I want to be working, but like, not like, you know, like, I want a 4GT. Nice to meet you. Like the old one. The old one. I want to see you. Oh, yeah, nice to meet you. It's not that I saw it. Very recently.
Mario, seriously, went to New York? All right, man, safe flight. We'll keep in touch. When I come to New York, I'll let you know. When I come to Manhattan, I'll say, yo, please do. Let me know. We'll work it out together. Mukesh. Oh, Mukesh. Family name. Yeah, Barney Mukesh. When Jambani saw it, I see the picture. Right? You can go in? Yeah, just mention your name. You go to Jambani. Yeah, when I went to India, to Delhi, and I went to Goa and stuff, so I went to Mumbai, I went to his house. Because when you look at houses in those days, like 20 years ago, the 10 most expensive houses in the world, that would
It still is number one.
the most expensive house in the world?
Yes, it still is.
I don't know about the way it looks.
Like that one big building. Yes.
Yeah,
Still the world's most expensive.
Yeah, it looks so huge.
How does anybody even live there? Like,
People live there,
one family, they got. I know, but they go to every floor.
Yeah. Can we link up in YouTube or
Yes.
anything?
Yes. I don't know how to live there. It's too. It's way too much.
That's a human being for you. Human beings. For the whole of that place, you will spend just, let's say, you have to stay in one room per time. A lot of people, when you come down, it's in Mumbai. There he has police, he has everything going on. When you leave that place, people are struggling. People are literally struggling the street. And then, few minute drive from there, he's living like.
That city is like, it's like one of the best examples of developed disparity. Like on one side, like that part of the city where it's living, that road is the multi-billionaire road.
Yes.
And then like on the other side, like just a little bit down, it's slum. So you got like crazy, like high-rise, like luxury apartments.
No lane division. One lane can have like,
I think it's
3 lanes of.
he has Reliance Industries. He got started and he took over. He was responsible on like his brother, and now he's worth 100.
But I wish it could be different. But people, like the whole of Mumbai, the money it has, yes, the money it has, the whole of Mumbai would be living good at least. Not just wages.
He spent $600 million on this. You might have seen videos.
Yeah, so they even went to Dubai. You know, I used to be in Dubai too for like 10 years. The guy went to Dubai and buy watches, one watch, $500,000.
5 million.
5 million, by the way. Watch, wristwatch. Can you imagine? Brother, man, we'll get there, but we'll get to that. We'll make sure that our wealth, we just spill it around. We got to enjoy it. All the best. We'll keep in touch, okay? All right, safe flight. Okay, you done already?
Yes, we're done.
To carry everything alone?
I think my husband came here and picked up, which means he must have already done it.
Yeah, I think so.
I think we should grab my items here. Okay, I'm just gonna grab my camera.
Oh, I should take him down?
Yeah.
So what do you, I can do one.
Oh, you just put your list. Yeah, that's what I do with everybody. For the nation of things. You know, like I've never communicated with anybody.
Thank you.
Yeah. Discord or messages or Discord is like the new thing now. It's like Discord's like but now using like Microsoft Teams. Slack is my. I like Slack. Yeah, like my I hate.
Okay. Cloudy, let's go. Let's go.
I don't like the UI for especially used to be Zoom or it used to be Zoom and then
Yeah, I know what I mean. Like meeting a lot of founders, like you learn, it does teach you a lot. It teaches you a lot about different industries and sort of about like the mindsets like from different like people. They might have a different approach to a different industry. After you get a lot of information that you don't even need to go get, like you get to learn about like which industries have a lot of like potential. And now like who knows if you're interested in building, that's where you can go because you're getting that advantage that a lot of people don't. They end up doing the due diligence. The thing is, really, but they like know what they do about the industry. That's I need to think about it for a certain amount of time. Maybe you could charge something and do. I mean, you always sort of up with an LLC and show it. Like this.
All right, let's set up. Let's set up. Tell me your schedule. Let me set up with my business. Yeah, then I go.
I've been on a couple ways. It still freaks me out. It's so cool though. You know,
It's
that's
right
what
here. This.
I
That's my first thing to do. I can collaborate with the fashion. I love the content.
Yes. Oh, no.
Right? Oh, who are you looking for?
Let me see. I should have told you. Okay.
You know, these liquids is caramel. And I can't throw them in the sink. By the way, I have a friend who's really good friends with the mayor and with Daniel Larry. So I will ask him if this mayor is on board with this whole conversion idea for real estate. Okay, like Sheridan's talking about. I know Sheridan's around. He's always like,
You know him? The guy we-
Sheridan? Yeah.
Sheridan's the guy we were just talking
He's
to.
very optimistic.
So he has lots of ideas.
He has lots of things. He's always been on.
Great.
You know what we need to do is we need to get some of these like startups to put us on, and I don't know how to get this one, but you know, like to give us, to put us on like a 10% or 1% or whatever of their profit.
Yeah.
Like give us equity to everything that they do.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
for all nonprofits, you know?
You familiar with United Way?
Yeah, totally familiar with them. And you know, one of the problems with United Way and their whole social model was the fact that the way that their database was structured, because one of my clients with, because I sold software, is that the way they distributed in the social services is that they discovered that the same constituents were the ones receiving most of the benefits. Because of the way they were offered and the way that they controlled it. Same with government benefits. Most of the time, you realize that the communication models were broken because most nonprofits and government are terrible. They don't ever really give. They don't like besides having a grant. The way they offer their services is very limited. So the way it's communicated and offered, people don't really know about it. So it's always the same people receiving the benefit. So they
That's,
weren't able to.
that's one of many issues.
Yeah.
But yes, the core issues is not data driven.
Yeah.
It's not informed by what works. Government is deeply broken.
So United Way and just the way people are really not very kind, and they also think that people that go to church, you know, they think, oh, my church gives to blah blah blah. So that's
a trend that's changing though.
hopefully because they believe
More and
that
more.
they believe that their giving is represented by their church, and so they don't associate that giving isn't enough to do the work that